You have to let it just end. You can't just cut it right in the middle because that's just wrong.
That does look a little spooky.
You look ominous, man.
Well, I guess
like you're in your lair.
I am.
Yeah. Now, is that? I know you've said this before. Is that just a background photo, or is that real?
I guess you can't.
That is not a photo, Doug.
Okay, there you go. All right, unless you have just hellacious CGI special effects on demand, that would be real. Man, that's cool. Very nice.
And I just picked up this guy today, a Model 10-9 worked on by Dave Laubert.
Stop it.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Cool.
And so everybody's buddy Pat Tarrant had it for sale for under $600, and I thought, oh, I like Model 10s, and I especially like them when they've been bobbed and they're snubbies.
They're bobbed and weaved.
They are.
I went back to 1977, man.
Wow.
I'm all for that. I almost carried that. I almost carried a Commander today.
Wow. Summer special?
That would be a summer special 2. They had them in stock.
Very cool.
Which is rare for Milt and the crew at Milt Sparks to have anything in stock.
You know, when I first got on SWAT, at that time the SWAT team was carrying everybody was issued 1911s, and I was issued a Seizure Series 70, Colt, and man, it rattled, and I was so stupid. I made the mistake of putting like these. Who the hell made them? Was it Ajax or somebody? Mm-hmm. I put these cheesy looking kind of rosewood looking grips on them. That was like the biggest.
Like those?
Hey, that's it.
Man, they made fun of me. It was really bad.
Oh, let's trash over there.
But I kind of missed, and it didn't have a proper beaver tail on it. So, when I went through, shoot class with all that, I mean, I can't show y'all here, but I still have a tiny little scar right there on the web of my hand. I mean, because I wasn't going to tell anybody that it was, chewing my hand up. I just shut up and took it, so bleeding all over the pistol through, for about 2 weeks there. Didn't tell anybody. Here I am. Jesus, 20 something. I mean,
it builds character, Doug. That's why you are who you are.
That's right. That's right.
No other reason, just that.
Because I did not have a beaver tail on my Series 70.
Yeah. Everybody's got to do that. Go through a high volume school with no beaver tail.
Yeah.
Just once. Once.
That's pretty cool. That's cool that you have that though.
It's a new one, man. It was funny. Justin Dial and I were exchanging messages and he goes, dude, I've been hearing you talk about how great the new Colts are on primary and secondary. So I picked one up and.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He picked up they have a model out right now that is like the old style roll marks. It's high cut, checkered. It's nice. It's a throwback to like the early 80s custom late 70s guns.
Yeah.
For under like 1,300 bucks I was like, oh, I need to get one while they're good.
Dang. Is this kind of a retro type? Does it have the Colt, I'm trying to do the hoof
prancing pony on it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Duke, your name is like, you have the coolest name ever, man. That's like,
thanks, buddy.
You're like there was Duke Nukem, but you're Duke Krieger, warrior. Your last name literally means warrior, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great, man.
You should see me at the buffet. You know it was for true.
Oh,
I gotta tell you, gentlemen, with all your radio voices, when I pop into a ModCast about mental health and forgiveness, and everybody's doing this in front of the camera, I'm like, okay, all right.
Hey, at least it's pointed sideways and not this way.
Does anybody look not happy to you?
Anybody
look?
Stay blue.
Hey, man.
If they don't get, I tell you what, if I don't, they take my stapler away. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to burn the building.
I got breath mint. I'm happy now. It's all good.
Yeah.
Man, Doug bringing up Office Space,
Yes,
going back to '99.
Dude,
I saw that movie in the theater at Fort Irwin, California.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
God, is it that old?
98 or 99.
No, just you are.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
kidding.
that right. No, that's yeah, I guess it is that old.
Hey,
Yeah.
getting it going already.
No, what was it? God, I don't even remember the stat now. I don't want to mess up the numbers, but it was something like, and I'm going to mess it up, but it was something about, 1980, whatever is as close to, like 1912 as,
Hey man, this is about mental health. We don't need all that negativity right
and
now.
I'm just like, oh my, and I said, that can't be right. And I got my calculator out and it's like, it is right.
No, it's 2023. We can make up our own facts. We're not going into that right now.
Math is racist.
Yes.
There's no such thing as conspiracies.
Right. Right.
Hey, Andy, do you want to jump in?
Say what?
Oh, asking if one of our viewers who's been on before, Andy, if he wants to jump in.
Is this the same guy we corrupted? DB and I corrupted really bad the last episode.
Probably.
How did you corrupt him? In what way did you compromise him?
He doesn't wear pants anymore.
Got him shooting wheel guns in 2023.
Yeah.
He's shooting wheel guns, and we started talking like agency training protocols and all that, and he it started with I really hated you guys, and now I'm like, oh my god, they're prophets of doom or something to that effect.
He said he's babysitting right now. He's on babysitting duty. So here are the several topics that I have specifically outlined that I thought would be nice things to cover. A majority of the panelists are of the law enforcement ilk.
Thank God I'm not.
Half and half of former and current, and then we have Duke.
Yay!
And the topics don't need to go in this order, but this is just what I jotted down, and we can obviously add to it. We have not started. There are two people watching, so we can be very free with what we say right now. So what I have listed is forgiveness, less anticipation of time off, dwelling on factors outside your control, stop focusing on negative, not letting trends, possessions, or social media define you.
Hey, that's a good one.
Except for guns.
Except for guns. Because this right here defines me.
Oh my gosh, you are such a shill. Stop it.
Hey, this is one of the Taurus that I bought. See, notice I said that part quiet.
Man, I know everybody's saying good things about Taurus right now, and I hope it's all true. I'm going to just
so far.
I'm just going to stand on the sidelines and wait a little bit.
Nothing wrong.
See how it works out.
Chuck Haggard spent a couple days down there at the factory, and I talked to him today, and I forgot to ask him.
He posted something the other day saying that some of this new stuff is legit. It's rock solid. I guess they got quality control again.
Yeah.
So
I'm still on NDAs with them. So
are you
for
real? Fancy pants got an NDA.
Oh, for real.
Make sure you tell us that you can't tell us shit, dude.
That's right.
I'm going to tell you that I can't tell you.
That's such a passive aggressive flex. I'm still on NDA.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting paid to not talk about it.
All I can say
so about mental health
is they are putting out stuff right now that is as good and in some ways slightly better than the current productions from another company.
I was at the gun store today saying the same thing. And I pointed out the executive.
I will give you an example. I went to my local gun shop that had the 856 on sale for like $289. And a guy was like, oh, let me show you this other brand. And it's their like custom shop level gun. And he pulls it out of the case and he opens the cylinder and the cylinder falls off the yoke.
Oh, wow.
And then I go, are you familiar with these? And I hand him one and he's like, it's hard. And I'm like, try it.
Yeah.
So he goes, well, we got one at the rental counter. And he comes back and he's like, dude, I had no idea. And I'm like, well, just saying.
I'm under NDA.
I can buy 4 of these for what you just showed me the cylinder fell off of.
Yep.
Just saying. And like the last modcast or one before,
That's right.
got so much crap for that too, man. That was so funny. Somebody sent me that clip, chopped that clip out and goes, "Oh yeah, your disposable revolver. That's cool."
the toss.
Mm-hmm.
That was awesome.
Hey, Matt, have we started recording yet?
It is recording, but it's not going to make any final cuts unless someone says something really funny.
Check
This
this
is
out.
the B-roll.
This is one Patrick A. Rogers left pocket everyday carry.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
That's when the guys were like, "What do you want?" I'm like, I want this gun and this gun and this gun. They said, "Do you want this?" I'm like, cops should get that. I want the one that whenever I went to his house, he always had in his pocket because he always had his left hand in his front pocket when I'd walk in. I'm like, I want that one. They're like, there's not much finish left on it. I was just like, I was already sold. You don't have to
That's right.
anymore. So there's not a lot of finish. Not a lot of finish left on it. It's got scrapes. So we're talking about wheel guns. I at least know what they are.
That's good.
And I have
So what
them.
model is that?
It's a Smith 642 and 357, but I shoot it in 38 special because I like my wrists, and I've watched Daryl, talk about like my arthritic hands. Meanwhile, his hands are the size of catcher's mitts. I don't know if you've ever seen his hands in real life. He's like he's like a Bulgarian proctologist he's got those hands. I've got it's a 642. I shoot in 38 because he one time told me a story, which I don't know if the statute of limitations has run out yet, but about shooting things with 158 grain lead semi wad cutters, and I was like, okay, all right. I did a Denzel, like, okay, all right. Men will know. So that's what I put in these, and I just thought if we're going down wheel gun, it's not Wheel Gun Wednesday. It's Wheel Gun Pregame Wednesday. We'll do that.
Yeah.
I thought you'd like to see my one and only wheel gun. So
That gun is mega cool. And if you could go ahead and just bequeath that to me now.
No.
So the barrel doesn't look like a standard barrel, though.
No, it's just a 3. What do you call it? The 3-inch little whatever.
Is that a 6? That's a 642 and 357 mag with a 2 3/4
That's
inch
what I
barrel.
just said.
That's cool.
That is
Thanks for repeating me.
That is a very rare bird, by the way.
Oh, but it's also got
642 in Magnum.
Yeah, look, it's got
no kidding.
I can't. It's got the
laser,
the crimson trace
laser beam
to put on. Yeah, laser beam.
Right.
Yeah, that's an exceptionally rare bird, by the way.
I'm just jealous of his radio voice. He's like, Stacks.
Hey, everyone.
You live with primary and secondary Wheel Gun Wednesday.
Are you talking Matt or me?
Probably
you, dude.
Oh, dude.
Matt has
I make the joke.
Face for radio, just not a voice for radio.
I always make the joke that my mother told me when I was growing up I had a face made for radio.
That's great.
Mom's not wrong. I'm just kidding. By the way, guys, this is Tic Tacs. I'm not like dropping up.
I don't care.
Dropping zany bars or anything?
Yeah,
There's never any chemicals on primary and secondary. No chemicals.
I am chemical free.
Never.
We are no caffeine.
He's all the roadie 40-ounce. Never chemicals here. Awesome.
Well,
Comedic timing.
This
I'm
is
on it.
old fashioned.
Oh,
And I have one on standby too. It's when this one goes.
yeah. A lot of
You've been on before.
This is E.H. Taylor small batch. Thank you, Bill Foster.
Oh yeah,
Den Mother.
Gosh.
God bless you,
dude. He I was in that USCCA instructor class, and you gotta go around and say who you are and some blah 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 and your favorite beverage, and so I was like old fashioned made with bullet rye.
Oh yeah.
And the next day he shows up with, and now I can't remember what it was. He shows up with this bottle. I should have known what it was. Shows up with a bottle of rye And I was like, and he was like, here, take that. I was like, you're giving this to me? And he's like, yeah, take that. And it was pretty good stuff. You know, I was like, dang, man, that was really nice of you.
Whiskey is Bill Foster's love language.
Yeah, that and apparently shotgun parts and accessories.
Well, yeah. So my girlfriend, when she met him a while back, and she mentioned, I was like, she really likes rye whiskey. Like, I don't really care for it other than in an old fashioned. And I show up to TacCon and he hands me this box. He's like, hey, there's some rye in there for Trish. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, here. And I grab one. I'm like, yeah, she really likes this one. He goes, no, the box is for Trish. And I went, what? Are you serious? And he goes, yeah, I just picked a few spares I had. And like, he apparently has a vault.
I was going to say, I think he has a whole room that's been converted into some kind of whiskey vault thing. It's he doesn't have a wine cellar. He has a whiskey vault.
Yeah. But Trish was like, what? I'm like, yeah, Bill just got this for you. And she's like, okay, well, I'll take one. And I'm like, no, the whole box. And she's like, well, tell him thanks, and shoves it in my truck. I'm like, oh,
wow,
okay.
That's great.
Yeah. What a great dude. What a great human being.
He's a rock solid guy too. Super intelligent as well. I mean, just exceptionally intelligent. And I think he actually hides that a little bit. What I mean by that is, I'm not saying he acts stupid. What I mean is that he holds back sometimes, and that every now and then when the conversation gets a little deeper, you realize, whoa, this dude has a depth of knowledge that it's far reaching and very, very broad. I was pretty impressed with him the other day.
He is one of like 3 people in the not so distant past here that I actually built a gun for.
Oh, I remember that. I remember you were doing that for him.
Yeah, I built a Colt or a Springfield Musoc pistol.
Yeah.
He provided all the parts, and I built the gun up for him. And then I got Wayne and Chuck and a few other guys to kick in for this project. Got him like a carrying case and Marine Corps. That's the other thing people don't know about Bill. He was a total badass in the Marine Corps.
Yeah,
like,
I had no idea.
Complete badass.
Did you know that he was a mountain climber? I mean, a legit mountain climber, like with what's the term, pitons, where you got to hammer in your anchor points along the way, and he actually had a serious fall. Where you may remember that movie, The Eiger Sanction.
Oh yeah,
when they fall and it
make it look like an accident.
Yeah, and it just rips out all these anchor points. Apparently, something like that actually happened to him in real life while he was in the Marine Corps. Yep.
And he's a total watch nerd like me. And he's like, hey, if you ever find a Seiko this model, because I had one when I got medevaced out of Panama. And I'm like, back the bus up. What did you just say?
Right. Yeah. He dug a rifle bullet out of his leg one time with a knife rather than go and get treatment for it. Because I guess it would mess up the mission or something. So
there's a lot about that dude that you're like,
you never know.
Really? IT dude? Really?
Right. Yeah. IT and finance guy. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Matt. We're just talking about some dude that we know.
Before we officially start, I do have 2 questions for Bryan with a Y.
Oh boy.
And these might be controlled by a piece of paper you signed.
Oh.
But I'm wondering.
He means if you have an NDA.
Yes. Hey, do you have an NDA? Anything with 1911s?
I wasn't privy to the 1911 stuff.
Okay. And
there was discussions, but it wasn't. No.
Have you ever been to Sao Paulo?
No.
Buenos Aires?
Oh, yeah.
Yet. No.
Rio de Janeiro?
It was that. The whole deal was all very revolver centric. Now there was discussion of said 1911s, but somebody else we know had already kind of coached him along on that, and then that's about about it. But no, I don't know anything on the 1911 side.
How do we know that?
Well, seriously, I mean, that
just
was
say I can't say.
focus. And if there was, I wouldn't let it out. But yeah, everything that I was kind of involved in was revolvers, but that's about all I can say about it.
Are there new grips coming for the revolvers?
I really like the old ones.
Yeah, me too. I had to buy some on eBay because I couldn't find them anywhere. And the new ones I kind of think suck.
And
these old ones are great.
I can't really remember. I mean, that was a month or two ago, and I'm on hour 50 of a 72-hour fast. So
let the record reflect the subject has become non-responsive.
So it's kind of like expert witness.
It's going to be an awesome podcast.
It's kind of like expert witness work. The first rule of expert witness work is we don't talk about expert witness work until
Dude, you talk about NDAs. I don't quite have an NDA, but that one case, down in that place. I mean, I wish with every atom in my body that I could just tell y'all what I know. I really do, because there are some really good lessons to be learned from that. I'm thinking maybe let's wait and see how the governor handles it all and see when it's finally done. And then I think I could probably speak in hypotheticals, instead.
I think once it's gone to like finality or, gone all the way through appeals and everything else, I think. Yeah. But I would seek legal counsel before I say anything.
Yeah. But man, there's some cool stuff in that one. But yeah, I'm just sitting here, whatever.
Anyone in the market for a C camp?
Ooh, what caliber?
32.
32 I got some bees around my house I need to shoot.
ACP. Don't like this gun. It is just too small.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
I got some carpenter bees I need to shoot.
Yeah. Wood wasps.
Probably stun them.
I like 32 ACP a lot.
I had a C camp briefly in 32, and I'm kind of like you. I didn't care for it, and a lot of people don't realize how snappy that round really is out of a very small gun, and especially one with steel corners on the underside of the slide.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody shot with the 32.
Seen a couple.
Hold on.
Have you?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen 380s, 25s and 22s, but I've never seen a 32. How'd they come out?
Not good.
Not good.
That's one of the reasons I'm a big fan of 32. I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk?
And 25, I've seen several shot with 25, and I will tell you, Crossman makes air rifles with better ballistic coefficients than 25 auto. But yeah, the 32s, the two that I remember distinctly, I was like, oh Jesus, oh that's bad. And it was like, really? And in places that were not what we might call a fight stopper, but I was just like, ugh.
I got a 25. Gross.
What the hell happened there?
Well, I told my dad if he didn't stop carrying this, he was going to get killed in the streets. And he didn't believe me. So I gave him my 642 before he passed away in trade for this.
Yeah.
But I told him the second you die, like it was at the gun shop, and I called the guy, said, Dad died. He goes, right into the saw.
Wow.
So that's the old Raven 25.
I was going to say, that's a Raven, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, I had a Jennings 22 once upon a time that was a tack driver and ran like a champ. Those the pre-Brico Jennings, those were actually some pretty legit pistols. And now I wouldn't recommend going to a class with one, but but they had a big blocky thumb safety on them. They were striker fired, and those, and then that Walther PP something came out in 22 long rifle that really worked, and we're talking like old school cop backup guns, but I had one briefly and it actually worked. I was kind of surprised.
Who was that guy that did the long-term torture test with the Lorson? I think it was a Lorson.
Was it Claude Warner?
I don't think it was, but it was somebody on pistolforum.com, I think. And they ran that thing through the ringer, just kept lubing it up and shooting it and documenting it. And that it was, I'm not going to go carry one, but it was shockingly reliable and was acceptably accurate. Despite just being filthy,
Claude has that sickness where he will test something weird. And, tactical professor.
Yeah.
There was an article years ago I remember reading by him where he was like carrying a Lorson 380 or something in a McDonald's bag in like New York City.
Yeah.
And I
like Nick Fury's granddad.
Like, what's that?
Like Nick Fury's granddad.
It was something like that, just to kind of
cash.
Yeah.
Well, he was also making his Claude was making his own.
I didn't know if you guys are going to be too tactical, like we don't watch movies like that. And I was going to be like, okay. I'm glad you got the reference, Matthew.
Yeah. Claude was using old water jugs, plastic from old water jugs, and a stapler, to make and then a hair dryer to make holsters for like saps and guns and just throw away holster. And it was like, the poor man's Kydex holster, but it looked like it worked pretty good.
Yeah. And I remember in that article reading about like when he left, he just like threw it in a dumpster or something, like in the sack.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just
like what you do with Tauruses.
Exactly. We laugh about that, but there's some of that old school knowledge stuff that.
No, dude. Hey, if you're at a strange city, okay, look, so I've taken my daughter before, to just a regular grocery store. I was like, look, let's walk over here to the housewares or the kitchen section, and, you go whatever, name any grocery store. You go in there and there are some pretty devastating weapons that you can get in there. And then with just a little bit of plastic and a lighter, a little bit of plastic and a hairdryer, you can make a pretty nice sheath, a pretty nice, holster setup. And so that you find yourself in a strange city where you weren't able to bring a pistol with you, you can still arm yourself with some relatively formidable impact and cutting edge weapons. And then right before you walk into the airport, you just throw it away. Just dump it and walk off.
I have an episode to send to you.
Pretty baller.
Yeah. I have an episode to send to you, Doug, where we discuss that. And it's basically personal safety overseas. And it was like Pat's Mike.
Oh,
what's his name?
Mike Huser.
Yeah. He was talking about it wasn't a paring knife. It was like a fruit knife or something like that.
Yeah, fruit knife is a good one.
Yeah, it's just a really cool discussion. I need to find that. I'd like to revisit that topic in the near future. Speaking of visiting topics, maybe we should talk about
what we're here to talk about. I'm sorry.
I'm enjoying this. Walther Defense.
That's right. Well, it is actually.
Taurus Defense.
Before we start talking about, hiding in plain sight, there was a notorious user of freebase cocaine that I used to deal with on occasion. And I always wondered why he had a bag of popcorn in his hand.
Oh,
now, Doug made the connection. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what you would see,
it's delicious.
He'd see you coming around the corner and he'd put his hand in the popcorn and he'd never take anything out to eat. And I always wondered why. And one night I caught him kind of cold. I'm like, what's the deal with that? He goes, man, y'all ain't going to dig through this popcorn for the dime rock I just hid in here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's brilliant. Tell me more.
Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice. Okay. So we'll do intros and then jump right into it. How does that order sound? Forgiveness, anticipation, time off, dwelling on factors.
Your show, man.
What's
You're in charge.
Dwelling on what?
Dwelling on factors outside of your control.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Focusing on the negative, and then also maybe less anticipation of time off. To me, that's a big one, and that's actually been a really positive thing for me over the last year or so. And not letting trends, possession, social media define you. We also discussed some peer support stuff, but I'm not exactly sure on the direction of that. I'm going to leave that to you guys. So I'll just say peer support, and I'm going to run away.
Well, that I would actually love to talk about that because, everybody claims to have a peer support plan, and not everyone who wants to get involved in peer support stuff should be. It's like I've said in a previous podcast with you, I'm always very suspicious of anybody who really, really wants to be in charge. And that also applies to people that are over eager to become involved in peer support programs. It's like, what's your real motivation for becoming involved in this?
Did you work in Oklahoma, Doug? Somewhere?
No, apparently it's a serious problem everywhere. So I mean, if y'all want to talk about that. So, and
mentioning religion or anything like that is not a bad word and not a bad concept.
Okay.
It hasn't been brought up in the past, but I could see some people going, don't want to bring that up. Well, if that's part of your system, we should discuss it. I'm saying this specifically for Duke.
All right.
Duke, are you a mental health professional? I'm getting the vibe, or I'm no detective, but I'm.
I pastored a church for 8 years and then branched out into doing it all remotely for every one member we had in our church. I had about 5 to 10 that were around the country, and some even around the world that were tuning in. So we decided to, we felt like it was the right thing for us to do, to focus on those folks around and abroad, because a lot of them are, I want to say cut off, but they are involved in things and in professions where they're not, that sort of support is not local or not easily obtainable. So we decided to make resources and support and a platform available to them that kind of have that connected vibe, and they could feel like they could take church with them versus having to go to it, but without all the weirdness. And that's actually been I don't want to say a selling point, but it is a point of attraction. Like, what if you could get everything you wanted without all the weirdness and the Ned Flanders vibes? I don't know if you're a Simpsons fan, but diddly diddly, brother.
Right. Easy.
Let's not just be real and be ourselves and leave the weirdness at the door. And because I don't know if you know this. This might come as a shock, you law enforcement professionals or former professionals. A lot of people have some really negative run-ins with religion and religious people. So that's kind of part of my job. Sometimes I feel like I'm a religion EOD technician. Like we are in there, diffusing the knots and the triggers and the things like that people have run into. And, we try to keep it light, but a lot of that is super serious. It goes all the way from, physical, mental, financial, and sexual abuse, all the way up to they were just treated poorly, treated like a commodity, and everything in between. So mental health professional, I don't have a degree, but I get to deal with them almost on a daily basis. So I'd rather get results than have a piece of paper. And that's not putting one over the other. I'd rather be able to, help someone. And that's not to say I didn't want to be the first one talking anyway. Besides, I like listening to Bryan's radio voice.
That's right.
Tune in.
NDA.
Tune into the NDAs,
brother.
And the recovering Shiite Pentecostal.
So I'd rather help someone actually get results that are there that they can take with them. And bro, I feel better. This is great. That's it, and keep it super simple. Simple doesn't mean inelegant. Simple doesn't mean ineffective. It just means let's maybe not give you 12 things. Let's give you 2, maybe even just 1. But that one thing will get you so much mileage and so much Let's just use the word help and enjoy that in your life. Helping somebody even just get a good night's sleep from being able to talk to them and, dismantling certain things in their headspace and their believing and their belief system, whatever it may be. I had a guy call me one time. He was a retired cop. He was a SWAT cop from a northern state, and he was now working out in a western state. And he said, I heard you on so-and-so's podcast, and man, I just really want that, but I've always been a skeptic. I'm like, I get it. Let's just talk. And so I got off the phone, I thought about it, and I prayed about it. And I was just like, he's not a skeptic. He just hasn't heard what he needs internally to hear, what he's desiring to hear that checks his boxes. Mm-hmm. And so we talked for about a half an hour, maybe not even that, maybe like 25 minutes. He's like, I'm ready. I'm like, oh, Mr. Skeptic. He's like, yeah. I was like, he just needed to hear the right thing. It's just what you heard hadn't been working. Right. I mean, for you guys who teach, Bryan, I know you teach, imagine the students who keep going home from shooting classes frustrated until that first time they actually get taught proper grip, proper sight alignment, or, not be dot focused, be target focused, and just beat the heck out of the trigger. And they all of a sudden are like, I put it in the 10. I put it in the 10. Like, yeah, you should have been all along, but you had to have that one simple thing get shown you. And that's what we do. So,
okay.
That's going to be its own segment, by the way.
Very cool.
What you just said is probably going to be focused. Yes, exactly. And don't we have some friends in common that are, what do you even call them? Followers, subscribers?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, friends in common of what? Of a PNS?
Yeah, that are. What do you even call it? Yeah, they're followers of your.
Oh, yeah, we have a lot of people who follow you and follow us. And
I mean, like with your church stuff.
Yeah, we've had a lot of crossover.
Because you're talking about people overseas, and I'm thinking, okay, I can think of a couple people working overseas, and we're in contact with you.
Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. Some of them are. This is where I put on my Bryan, I've got an NDA hat.
Oh,
and I say that. Let's just say that Signal is not making any money off of us. Like, we're burning that thing up on a regular basis. But yes, and in fact, also I want to publicly thank you that the Landfair name will always be spoken of well in this house. No matter how many people call me to complain. I'm kidding. Mostly.
It's mostly Bryan with a Y.
But I mean, he can't help it. But he's on his 5th day of a fast. He's already hallucinating with talking food in his room.
I never realized how many billboards had fast food on them until today. I was like, oh God, Freddy's frozen custard.
Go without sugar for longer than like a week, and you'll start like people will come out of the woodwork. It's almost like quitting smoking. I quit sugar back in March, and for like about I felt like I was kicking a narcotic for about 6 weeks, and then it finally just ebbed out and it was fine. And then I had my first piece of, I think it was like one of those little bite-sized candy bars, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's just strong. Anyway, enough about our food fantasies. Matt, I want to thank you. You actually taught me how to set up podcasts and
no problem.
Krieger and Zoom and all that stuff. So thanks for being a help to help us get started in what we're doing. So
my pleasure.
I appreciate you, Bubby.
Well, should we start her up? Yeah. So what we're going to do, it's only been 30 minutes. People listening are obviously they're enjoying it or they wouldn't be here right now. Wait a minute, where did everyone go? See, that was a joke.
There's 4.
Saw my radio face.
Feel free to plug anything that you want during this. I need to remember to say my favorite thing about supporting those sources that you found to be beneficial. Nope, I forgot to change the title on my notes because that's important. It is personal mental health and peer.
I'm a little bit bright.
Support. I wish I could say the same.
Guys, I don't normally glow this much. I actually have a light. I just want you to know that it's not like an aura or anything. But if you're impressed, we'll just call it that.
It's an aura.
It's an aura.
Well, I'll start it up. Hey everyone, Matt Landfair here with Primary and Secondary. Welcome to ModCast. Today's date is August 15th, 2023. Can't believe we're almost done with a year. Today's episode number is 351. The topic is personal mental health and peer support. This isn't really something we talk about all the time, and it's probably because it's not the most comfortable topic in the world. It's something a lot of people they would read this as a title and they may skip over it, or secretly they're going to listen because maybe they're thinking, maybe this is something I need. Nowadays, with so much stuff online, so many influences, so many expectations, it's difficult to stay centered and to remember what's important. It's difficult for some people to remember, okay, why are we working every day? Are we working to work, or are we working to have that life outside of that work? So we have a couple topics, and we're going to talk about that. We have an awesome panel to talk about this. A lot of the guys, minus one, are either former or current law enforcement. The reason I got these guys was they have experience with dealing with all kinds of people. Well, I do too. We get to deal with people in their best, at their highs, in their lows, and that also affects us as well as first responders or second responders, depending on who you talk to. Going to go into backgrounds. My background's been law enforcement since last century. It's interesting as I get close to retirement, looking at my options and figuring out, okay, what's going to be the next stage. And it's been a very interesting journey, weighing different options and figuring out, okay, how is this going to work better for me and better for my family? As I hand the torch to everyone else to give their background, pay attention to what they have to say, pay attention to who they represent, if they represent anyone. And I'm going to say my favorite thing, it's support those sources that you have found to be beneficial. So as these guys are talking, they may say something that you really appreciate. They might say something that might provide a better perspective, that might positively change your life. You might want to find that person. You might want to find them on social media. You might want to maybe give them a follow, might want to give some likes. If they provide some content that helps you ultimately, you might want to share that content. The interesting thing, the way this whole thing works is as the consumer of this type of media, you have the opportunity to share it with others. So if this specific episode winds up helping you, please share it. Make sure you give it a like. Yeah. So we have some awesome guys here. We even have someone representing Enid PD. I know that's a big thing. Every time Warren's on, we have to bring that up.
Enid, Oklahoma? That's
Yes.
awesome.
Yep.
Yes.
Baller. I used to live in Tulsa, so that's awesome. I love Enid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, pay attention to these guys and support those sources that you have found to be beneficial. The fact that the algorithms don't work in our favor definitely means that your support is especially necessary. So cool. So Enid PD, take it away.
All right, Warren Wilson, the guy with the least cool name on the panel. Not cool. I try to get a nickname and nobody could ever get one to stick.
I'm going to call you Warren Zevon.
That's it. I'll take anything, but it won't stick. I promise. Anything cool won't stick. So yeah, I'm with a cop shop in Oklahoma. I've been a cop since '96 full time, and I'm on our peer support team. And the reason I'm on the peer support team is because I could have used it a bunch of times.
Right.
Had some real low lows a couple times. Nothing, tragedy wise, but bad where I wasn't performing well and I had a hard time at home. Could have used that help. So when that opportunity came around, I've noticed that the best folks are those who've had trouble before, which you kind of can identify. So that, and I write for Police One, and I've got this side training company over here because everything's backwards called Defensive Training Services. And just really excited to be here as always. I'm not going to plug anything else. That's all.
Okay. Doug.
My name is Doug Deaton. I was a police officer for almost 26 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I worked for the Plano Police Department.
Nice.
City of about a little over 300,000, a little over 400 officers. I retired at the rank of lieutenant, but the bulk of my career was spent in patrol, SWAT training. The last a few years in CID as a sergeant. Last 5 years of my career as a lieutenant in criminal investigations over crimes against persons. And I shared an article with everybody here on this panel earlier on. Don't know if anybody read it. Wrote a little article a number of years ago, but I'll just say this: this is what I've told the guys that have anybody that's ever worked for me. I said that, listen, it's not if one of these calls sneaking up on you. I said,
yeah,
when one of these calls sneaks up on you and attacks you, the first thing I want you to remember is there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah.
And you're not defective. And let's talk about it. And those are in my experience, those are some of the most powerful words that you can say to another cop. And I wish to hell that somebody had said that to me at a couple of points during my career. So that's one of the reasons that I'm happy to be on this particular episode, Matt, because I think we can talk about this stuff and guilt free. So anyway, that's what I'm doing here.
You bring up an aspect I think a lot of the public don't realize. And as a patrol officer, I see all kinds of things. I deal with all kinds of things. Mm-hmm. However, as an investigator, specifically dealing with crimes against persons, that's at a different level.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law he worked, I believe it was primarily sex crimes. And it was not a positive thing for him.
That can be exceptionally rough. And listen, I'll just say, and I, keep in mind that I was a lieutenant. So at the time that I was over crimes against persons, so I had that luxury of a little bit of a buffer.
Yep.
But I have seen detectives that are carrying the weight of the world, and it comes from dealing with the family members of murdered victims. I mean, some of the hardest things for me, and I don't know why this happened to me in my career. I really don't. It was not by design. I promise you. I don't know how it happened, but for some reason, in the first 10 years of my career, I had far more than my fair share of death notifications. And those are exceptionally tough, or at least they were for me. And I've seen a lot of detectives that have become physically ill, breaking out in hives, breaking out in, and I'm not joking about that, having physical maladies as a result of the stress that they are experiencing during a long-term investigation, involving having to speak to family members all the time, which is what you should do. I mean, you want to keep the family involved in the investigation, but so many people have no idea the burden that many detectives are carrying, and some patrol officers too. We can talk about guilt and all that later, shame and guilt that you shouldn't put on yourself. But yeah, we had a mass shooting in Plano. 9 people killed at a party. Others horribly wounded. Others it's awful, just truly awful. And I will say that that detective, that the primary detective on that case, my goodness, you want to talk about a guy that was carrying some weight there, and he literally was losing weight physically. I mean, losing weight right before our eyes. Over the course of a couple of weeks, it looked like the guy lost 20 pounds. I mean, his clothes, he looked like a damn scarecrow. And I don't know if he even knew that. And, and then of course I got to meet a couple of the survivors from that massacre. You're looking at a beautiful young girl who's been shot in the face with a 5.56 round, and she's had, by the time I met her, I think she'd already had 10 surgeries, and she looked pretty good for somebody who'd been shot in the face with a rifle, but she's never going to look right things aren't going to be perfect again ever. And she was just one of multiple living victims, not to mention the family members of dead people that detective had to deal with. So the stress of that, I don't even know how to put it. I can't even quantify it. I don't know how to do it. Anyway, that's we're still at the intro phase here. So
yeah, but it's incredibly complex and deep topic.
Yes, it is.
And with everyone with their personal experiences, everyone's going to respond differently.
Yep.
So I guess we need to talk to the guy with the NDA.
Oh, that's me.
Hey, it's Bryan with a
multiple NDAs.
Such a flag
for some not so obvious reasons. But let's see, Bryan with a Y. I did 21, just shy of 21 years at Oklahoma City.
Nice.
All of it between night shift and patrol. I never went to a desk. Never did it. Just kind of my in my nature be slacker. Outside and
slacker.
Right. Yeah. Right. And it just a pile of critical incidents, but the timeless tale that is. But when you, let's see, and I did adjunct firearms instructor work and all this other jazz, but I spent 11 years working the level 1 trauma area, like I worked by the state capitol for the majority of my career. And we had VA hospital, OU Medical, which is the level 1 trauma center, and then OU Children's, which is where all the molested and horrifically injured children go.
Yep.
And so that was my beat for 11 of 20, almost 21 years. And then off and on throughout that. So every officer involved shooting suspect went there. Every horrifically injured cop went there. Every shooting victim went there. Yeah, unless it was like, well, he got shot in the toe, they'd send him somewhere else. But, and then the Children's Center, which is gunshot victims, sexual assaults, the whole gamut. So, and then when you pitch this topic, this is really near and dear to me because I had let's see, after on the heels of marriage number 2, I had like a personal implosion that was, fortunately, it didn't, project onto other people too bad. But I had some pretty long road of like on the mental health side to really kind of recover myself. So, and it's odd now being on the quasi civilian side and talking to dudes that are been retired for 15, 20 years. And, I'll open up about some stuff and they're like, you've been through that too. Yeah. Don't tell anybody, but I did that one, things like that. So, and I'm pretty open about it. And this is one of the things like doing the firearms dude stuff that, a lot of us overlook. And I think coming from the LE and the military background, you get a full measure of traumatic incidents throughout a career versus people that are training for the one traumatic incident they might be involved in. So it's something I'm pretty serious about. And you said plug your other stuff. I have a Patreon page. I released a new article today. I do a video once a week, every other week, something like that. I've got the podcast, the Off Duty On Duty podcast. I own EDC Belt Company. And I started working a lot with Daryl Bulkey with his company, Hardwired Integrated Tactical Shooting Hits. So I've been doing that a fair amount. But yeah, so that's me in a nutshell.
Cool. You're no Kegel.
Yeah, oh, yeah. True. And Kegel just texted me and he said, make sure you plug me on the podcast. So David Kegel, what's funny
my gosh, he's not even here and he's flexing.
I know. I got to tell you this, though. Daryl and I were on a long road trip together, and I kind of look at Daryl as like he's kind of like graduated the retiree FTO program.
Yeah.
And then there's me that's just kind of getting into it. And then we got Kegel that both of us and some other guys are, of course, going, there's a landmine. Don't step in that. And I wish I had that when I walked into law enforcement. Whereas, I had a dad, aunt, and uncle that were all cops. And they're from that generation that, something bad happens and they go, wall off. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Moving on. Or they talk about it and they make really dark jokes about it. That was that was like their only coping mechanism, right? And I was kind of the first one that like openly hit the wall and had a really bad couple of years there. But all of that to say, I look at Kegel and I'm like, sometimes I go, be really careful what you wish for, pal. Like, and he's already been involved in a couple of critical incidents. And fortunately for him, he had a support mechanism that was already there, right?
Yeah.
Whether he knew it or not, it was there.
You got Uncle Daryl on speed dial.
Yeah. And, I won't, there's some stuff that happened there that I won't go into. It's not NDA. It's just bro stuff. But I wish I had that support mechanism when I started into LE work. But anyway, that's
and that support system is also part of this topic.
It is. And I have a real, from my former agency's peer support, I wish would go away. And if we get off into that rabbit hole, I'll talk about it more, but I'll just put it this way. I had some bros that reached out to peer support years ago for help in divorces and some other stuff. And that stuff got leveraged because leaky
what?
shit.
You don't say.
And at one point we had a district attorney who had a family member that was a volunteer in our peer support while he was actively seeking to prosecute a couple of officers that were seeking peer support.
Yeah.
Now, luckily our department got in front of it, but still, I'm sorry. Those people, hey, you can't be involved in this. You don't think there's a phone call or a text message. So
there's too much to that. That's too important. It takes one time and you've lost your entire team is over. Time.
Matter of fact, I had a conversation with one of our peer support people that said, if I find out you've broken confidentiality one more time, I'm going to go to the chief's office because we already know about it, but I'll walk into the chief and unload this. And some of those people don't work in peer support anymore, but
good.
Yeah. And it was people that I worked with and I ended up being their peer support because I had just been through this process. Right. So yeah, I have a real problem with some of the structured peer support that's out there.
That can't be acceptable. You have to have a solid policy, and that cannot happen. That enrages me because you're ruining it for everybody. Yeah, I've had that so many times when somebody will want to gossip about something like, dude, I was in the peer support deal. I can't talk about it. It's not that hard to do either. What's the old Spanish proverb? You're a slave to every secret you divulge, but you're the owner, the master of everything you keep secret. As soon as you say it to somebody, it's going to get around.
Yeah.
When
Warren,
I got
have
hired
you ever been in the ministry? Because you sound like a minister.
My dad actually was a minister. My dad actually was.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was like, hey,
long story. None of these guys know that.
Well, when I first hired onto the PD, I got cornered up really quickly and told, hey, if you're in an officer involved shooting, do not talk to those people. And I'm like, what? Those are the people that are here to help us. And they're like, and that will come up in a deposition.
Scrap it and start all over again. That's over.
Yeah. And I still don't have any faith in it. And I know there are people from my agency that watch this just to lambaste me, by the way. So hopefully, Matt, you can capitalize on that. But yes, there are people that tune into this podcast just to, well, look at Bryan said this and that's whatever. But I can tell you to this day, there are officers that I stay in contact with that have had extremely negative experiences with formalized peer support groups. And it really soured me to that.
Wait, a
really
government-run program made you lose faith? I'm shocked by this.
Yeah.
Oh man. I almost get militant about it because I've made a couple of Facebook posts in the past, like, hey dudes, if you got an issue, holler. I will, like, send me a Facebook message. We'll go meet for coffee, because I just stay away from the formalized stuff. Because now, if you're having marriage problems and you need to go to a conference, okay, yeah, call them. But if you're having some evil thoughts or whatever, holler at me. I'll help you out any way I can.
We'll execute them.
That's the great thing about having a bad memory is that, they might tell you something like that, but it's so hard to remember all that shit,
Yeah.
I just can't remember shit half the time. It's weird.
So, Bryan, it sounds like you and I may have some similar observations. We can get into this later, but I just want to put a little placeholder on it. Not just peer support, but also EAP, employee assistance programs. We can come back to that, Matt. But I've got a really jaded and cynical mindset about some EAP programs at multiple cities that I'm aware of, and for similar reasons that I don't always trust some of these structured peer support programs. But we can get back to that.
Good. I have a really good experience with EAP, but
cool.
Navigating it was tricky.
Okay.
And we can talk about that after Duke introduces himself.
Yeah.
Speaking of faith.
If I sound surprised when you guys are like, I work in Enid, it's because I had no idea who you were, any of you. And I was texting Matt going,
who's this guy?
And I was like, in this date, and Warren, and I don't, who, Warren.
I was famous now.
No,
Matt, you promised.
Sorry, man. Yeah. I didn't know who Bryan was, and I saw he's affiliated with Bulky, and I was like, oh boy, here we go.
Here we go.
Another shout out to Daryl. There's nobody loves Daryl like Daryl.
He's got a big wingspan.
Yeah, that's funny.
But when you're awesome, hey, you gotta tell people, right? Love you, Daryl. He and I go way back, probably to the mid to late aughts, and I love that guy. I give him loads of grief because he deserves it. But he's a wonderful human being, and I love him dearly. He was actually on our podcast. He was our second. He was either our second or no, he was our third guest. He was our third guest on our podcast. And so my name is Duke Krieger, and I run and operate Misfit Toy Society. I'm also a freelance designer. I'm not shilling myself. There's enough shilling going on around these parts without me shilling myself. Have you tried Match Taurus yet?
Dude, I love you already. Thank you.
Right in.
But I did Daryl's logo for his Hardwire Shooting and Tactics. So when you brought that up, I was like, I know that logo. Let's see, in 2019, I'd been in the ministry at that time for 6 years. And I had been pastoring a church for 6 years. And I was in a kitchen conversation with my wife, and I was just like, I want to help people get this stuff without all the weirdness. Like, can we just get the steak without the parsley? Like, when you go to Outback Steakhouse, like, can I just get the food without the weirdness? If you clap and sing for my birthday, you're going to get one of these. Like, I just want the food.
Right.
And so, we were talking about it, and it was actually Daryl, which is great that he's got fingerprints on this, that years ago, he's like, Duke, you know what you are? I'm like, I hope it's good. And he said, you're the shepherd to the island of misfit toys. You think, because we're all broken, just cobbled together parts. I was like, hey, that's really good, Daryl. Not that I was surprised that he had a cogent thought. I mean, like, he's extremely intelligent, obviously. I was like, man, Daryl, that's really good. Like, suddenly the little robot and the little toys from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And so flash forward, like, what is it, like 13, 14 years later, my wife said, you need to call it the Island of Misfit Toys. And so I was like, we're going to call it the Misfit Toy Society. And so we started doing that with podcasts and resources. I was watching, I don't want to take everybody's time, but I could list you off guys at Fort Bragg, now Fort Liberty, in soft units, guys in the police department with the same thing that Bryan mentioned, department mandated counseling, which is only to cover the liability. So if an officer harms himself or somebody else, that there's top cover for the department, but not for the officer. So they don't have anybody to talk to. Or if they do have a department chaplain, that chaplain gets, like they're leaned on. So the system is, it depends on who's in charge. But they weren't getting their needs met as far as like guys in active units, especially military and law enforcement. How about government agencies too? We've got a lot of people who listen who are in 3-letter agencies, and they're just like, we got nothing. We can't talk to anybody. And then nobody into the, we have, each other's friends in maybe our local church, but they don't understand what we do, and we don't want to freak them out. Like, how am I supposed to go talk to somebody I just rotated home from deployment and tell them, like, yeah, 3 weeks ago, I was shooting people in the face with a belt fed. And now you want me to, telling me I'm unfaithful to the church because I didn't come help stack chairs for the, the potluck luncheon. So there is a void of trustworthy people to listen. And so we just started being that for people who we knew, and being, I was on another podcast with another guy, another friend, and on his podcast, he's like, how do you broach these topics, with people? How do you bring them up? I was like, really, I don't. And this is what I said, and I think this goes and speaks to what Bryan said and what Warren said, and my other dude with the impossibly good-looking hair. I was actually getting distracted by it. He's on the screen right now. It's a lot, bro. Can you?
I'm sorry, man.
Perfect there. But I said, you just got to start off being a friend of people and being a trustworthy friend, and that other people's problems don't freak you out. And so you just be present and be consistent. And when they bring up, man, my kid, is being bullied at school, that doesn't freak you out. Or when they complain, it doesn't freak you out. You don't got to be super Christian, and you got to earn somebody's trust before you talk about personal stuff. And that same goes for spiritual/religious stuff. I don't really go for a lot of the religious stuff, because a lot of religion is man-made, and it's the man-made stuff that, man, religion's killed more people than any 3 deadly diseases combined. But the quality things that are hidden underneath that, having a circle of trust, having some place you can go, and that ultimately leads you to dealing with God for yourself personally and getting results without an intermediary. Sorry, Catholicism. I hope I don't offend anybody by saying that, but if I do, it's okay. But people want to be able to get results from God for themselves, and then also have people around they can trust. And so we felt like, you know what, let's just be a friend to people and give them what works for us. I'm not a fan of practicing what I preach. I'm a fan of sharing what I practice that gets results. If I can't make it work, I'm not going to give it to somebody else. No cliches here. No slow is smooth, smooth is fast type of stuff. Like I had enough experience in the tactical shooting industry on the design side, and then also just participating. And it was the departed Pat Rogers who was like, he would call me up and use all these vernaculars. Bryan, you'll like this. And I would just finally say, Pat, there's just one thing I don't understand. He's like, what's that, brother? And I said, everything you just said. So he's like, there's an easy fix for that, Duke. We got to bring you to class. I'm like, really? And and so I was slightly more together than asking him which end the bullets come out of, but he helped train me up, and I learned his vernacular and learned to get to know him. And that's actually a real key to being a friend to people, is that I don't try to make them come into my world of, the ministry world or the church world. Let's be in theirs and be an involved friend. I got people who like F1 racing, and man, to me, that's, but they like it. So I like it. So I follow the races and who's winning, and I'm like, if their driver has or their team has a great weekend, like, high five, because they like it. And that's just, one aspect of like being an involved friend, and that then they know you care and know that their life matters to you. I think too much of time and money has been wasted to get people to try to be involved in religious activities, and not enough time and money has been involved in being involved in people's activities. And so when you said, I think it was either Bryan or one of you guys said, I wrote this down on my note just to remind myself that my job as a minister is to go first and to not be scared to like, heck yeah, I made a mistake. I made my wife mad this morning. And this is how we, I had no idea what to do. And I prayed, and this is what God told me to do to help, make going first, not being afraid to show your warts and show your flaws, and how you had a problem, ran up against a brick wall and got results that helped move you forward. Mental health, I was in the depths of depression and addiction in 2012. I hit a rock bottom in the middle of summer 2012. And it was in that summer 2012 that I pulled aside and got some good spiritual training and made some decisions. And like, I'm not doing this anymore, and I'm doing this for the rest of my life. And a year later, I went into the full-time ministry. And that's where I learned that, like, okay, so there's a lot of things that I have learned from my circle of friends in this tactical industry that are going to serve me well, which is like, when people tell you stuff, you keep your big mouth shut. You don't go gossiping and tell everybody secrets. And if when y'all were just talking a minute ago about, was it EAP or EPA? No, EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency. Yeah. What would you call it? EAP. Okay.
Employee sure Assistance Program, usually.
Right. You burn trust in ministry, ain't nobody going to trust what you say. And my job is to deliver something that people can put confidence in. And so they have no confidence in me, they're not going to listen to what I say. So I find it's just easier when people unload and tell you all their secrets that you just forget. It's like, you remember the big things. But as far as carrying the weight, that has been one of the most predominant. Here's the biggest recurring issues we deal with: death, divorce, grief, depression, and the day-to-day carry of anxiety and the mental burden of life and the activities that are involved in. And those are pretty much the big five. And that carrying of weight, we had a guy call who he was involved with another nonprofit. I don't want to name drop there. You know what? It isn't a good organization for law enforcement, military, especially for soft military, is Warrior's Heart. And he was involved in Warrior's Heart. And he called and said, hey, one of my guys ended up, I don't think he was in the program, but he was working with one of the guys in the program, or who was about to go into the program. And he ended up harming himself. And he's like, man, this is hard. And I had nothing for him. I was just, listen, Matt said it earlier that religion's not a dirty word here. And, this is where I turn my collar around. And I was like, I never have anything for anybody. I'm not trying to give anybody some mental answer of, well, this author said this. I need to give them something actionable right now. And so that carrying the weight was like, man, you were never meant to carry that. That's too much weight in your rucksack. And the story I told him was of a minister who had been working with people he'd been working at a ministry that I served at for years and years back in the late 90s, where they were dealing with not just sick people, but like terminally ill cases. I mean, people with their heads eaten out by cancer. It was awful. I didn't know you could be this sick and still live. And you lose enough people that you've been sinking your heart and soul into to help them see improvement, through faith in God. And he said it was just taking a toll on him, and he was getting, and see if this identifies with anybody. He was getting, he wasn't happy. He was getting hard to be around. He was getting short-tempered, not mean, but just curt, no happiness. Like, this is serious, almost like super serious.
Yep.
These things are serious. And he was walking out the door, and the way he tells the story is he said he heard the Almighty speak to him and said, "Son, are you the healer?" And he said, "No, sir." He said it was like an audible voice, like 10 Commandments, Moses. And he said, "No, sir, I'm not." And he said, "Son, are you the healer?" And he said, "Man, when you know that God talks to you twice, just go ahead and start apologizing." He said, "No, sir, I'm not." And he said, "Well, you sure are acting like it." And he just went, "Oh, man." He said, "What do I do?" He said, "You let me handle all that, and you go on and enjoy your life. You do what I tell you to do. You say what I tell you to say. You leave all that burden to me, all that weight of that to me." And he said, "Yes, sir, I'll do it." And that's exactly the story I told my friend who called, and he went, "Oh, man." He said, "Dude, I feel like 300 pounds has been rolled off my back." And I was like, "Man, me too." And I didn't know that was going to serve me later. I had a friend, very close friend, who was involved with our ministry, who ended up taking his own life a couple of years ago. And I was devastated for several hours. And I sat in my room, like the sun went down and the moon came up. And I was like, I said, "God," I talked to God, I said, "Boss, what do you got for me?" And all of a sudden that conversation came back. I'm like, I got to follow my own health. And so I said, "All right, boss, I'm turning that over to you. I'm just going to keep on going and helping people and entrust this rest of this weight to you." And so I had to, we're no strangers to the weight of other people's decisions, but we can't control that either. But we can control how we respond to it. And that's really what, I know Matt said to plug your organization, but that's really what Misfit Toy Society is meant to be, is to offer not only decisions, but things you can be confident in deciding to get immediate followed by remedial actionable results as far as mental health, spiritual health. It's no fun to go to bed tormented, not being able to sleep because of anxiety and panic attacks, and because you've got things on loop. Bryan, you mentioned it earlier. You just continually, it's like thoughts are on loop about what you've seen. And I couldn't sleep because I kept having recurrent nightmares of my kids being hurt. My wife would say, "Let's go on a road trip." And I would just start sweating because, to me, it was like traveling across the Wild West. The Indians might invade. I couldn't handle it. And just the sheer anxiety of going across country at the time. And I didn't realize I was carrying way too much that I couldn't control. And I needed to put it into the more qualified hands than mine. So that's what we do. That's a very big nutshell, but that's what Misfit Toy Society is. It's a fun name, but it's serious topics, but we still have fun while we're doing it because we're supposed to come out the other end of it happy and lighter weight, and then turn around and help others who are still stuck in the pit. Anybody remember Princess Bride?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We are men
pit
of action. Lies do not become us.
Yeah, the lies do not become us, but also the pit of despair is a real thing. And a lot of times it can be right here.
Yeah.
And so if we can help people get out of the pit of despair, then that's what we exist for. And, it really, the connections come down to being a friend to people until they want to talk to you, or being a friend to people long enough that they don't want to talk to you, but they at least want you around. So that's my very extended plug. Boy, I am bright. Look at that.
You're glowing.
Aura. Yeah, I'm glowing. But that's what we do. And I haven't been in law enforcement, but we have daily interaction with people in law enforcement, federal law enforcement, on every level, local, state, county. I've learned to differentiate that sheriffs think that they're the real police, and real police think that, sheriffs just hand out paper and run the jail. And so I've heard about all the tribal factionalism, but everybody's welcome here, That was Chase Jenkins, by the way. He's like, "No, I'm real police. I'm a sheriff." I'm like, "Oh, okay, Chase." Thank you for putting me in my.
Yeah.
Thank you for informing me. So every day is an education. Working with the military is a whole nother animal in itself. Federal agency is a whole nother animal in itself. But the people are all dealing with the same. Everybody's different and unique, and how the problems affect them. But the mental health is, as long as, if there was only one person left on the planet, mental health would still be critical, because everybody's mental health is in need of help in some way or another that's unique to them. And so it's a matter of just sitting with them and listening to them and being a friend of them long enough that they feel like they want to share about it. Because like you all got done saying, there's a stigma around talking about it. So someone's got to go first. So that's where this, loosey-goosey bald dude comes in and goes, "Hey man, I'll tell you about my problem." This is where I want to embody Chuck Pressburg and say, anybody care about my mental health problems? They want to hear about their mental health problems. But man, life is good, and that's what we want to help other people to enjoy. Life's a deployment, and it's not going to be forever, and it's not meant to be suffered through day by day. And death is an end of deployment, but it shouldn't be looked at as a relief. And there's too many other people who are hurting worse than we are to help. I had a minister say this to me years ago, and it wasn't easy to hear. He goes, "Man, there's people who are going through twice as worse as you are and whining half as much." And I was like, "Man, your mother." I mean, yeah, I hear you. I didn't want to hear that. But anyway, Matt, take it over so I don't have to, I don't want to take everybody's time. But
that was great, man. That's great.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present a concept, and we can talk about why it's a bad thing and ways to overcome it, or at least what people have done to try to overcome it. Starting with dwelling on factors outside of your control.
Whew.
So basically,
Brian. Yeah. I was throwing Bryan under the bus. I'm like, go ahead, Bryan.
So I'll share one real quick. But before I share this, I want to say right up front that none of my experiences are extraordinary. Nothing that happened to me in my career is out of the ordinary. None of it is special. None of it is more traumatic than anybody else. And I mean, to your point, Duke, there's been a lot of dudes that have experienced a lot worse than anything that I've ever experienced. So I'm
all of it, yeah.
So nothing's unique about my experience is actually quite plain vanilla. But I thought for years there was something wrong with me, and then I found out that there was a whole bunch of other dudes that had the exact same thoughts and feelings that I did.
Yeah,
and then nobody was talking about it. And so, look, I'll say this. So I grew up on I grew up on a working ranch in West Texas. So,
oh man,
and the reason I bring that up is because any kid that was raised on a ranch or a farm is exposed to death very early on. You can't live on you just can't. I mean, that's just the reality of ranching and farming. You're going to see a whole bunch of dead animals along the way. And that may not seem like a big deal here, but trust me, it does help a kid understand death, helps a person understand what dead things smell like. And that all that served me well later on as a police officer. It did.
It wasn't the first time you saw it when you got to later in life.
Yeah. And, I'd always heard these people, oh, you'll never, there's nothing in the world that smells like a dead human. No, in my opinion, I think that's horseshit. Every dead animal smells like a dead animal. I mean, it's for the most part.
Horseshit's a whole different smell.
That's true too. Yeah.
Smell a pig that's been dead for 2 or 3 days. And
yeah, it's so none of that. So the point I'm trying to make is that, for me, the things that bothered me, it wasn't dead people. It wasn't it wasn't the gore and the twisted cars and dead people or suicides and all that bothered me. What always bothered me was the living, was the women and children, especially young kids that are having to live with this bad hand that they've been dealt.
Heck yeah.
And there is nothing that you as a patrol officer can do to fix it or change it. And that was the thing that bothered me more than anything else, is I couldn't fix this shit. I couldn't make it better. You can't arrest your way out of it. You can't kick somebody's ass out of it. There's no violence. There's no arresting. There's no reporting. There's nothing you can do to make this person's life, this 8-year-old kid's life, better.
Yeah.
And so what I started doing was I started, and it wasn't conscious. It wasn't intentional. I started feeling guilty about it. I started feeling guilty and ashamed about some of these things, these exceptionally awful calls and incidents. And I felt like I was some kind of loser, like I wasn't capable of doing my job or fixing things or being the good guy, right? So, you see, and again, I don't know if you guys read that article that I wrote. I sent it to y'all offline beforehand. I had somebody else publish it. Another writer published it for me, but it's probably one of the most candid things I've ever written. But, so the thing is, when I was a much younger officer and I had younger kids, and that's where things, I believe, really start to hit a lot of young police officers pretty hard, is we're all pretty tough until we have kids. And then we have those kids, and then we continue going to these calls for service where there are other children present at these scenes that are, they look like your kids, they sound like them, they're about the same age as your kids. And I went on a call that was a particularly bad one time. This woman had, her boyfriend was sort of this Mexican mafia looking dude. I don't remember if he was Texas Syndicate or what he was, but he was a genuine bad guy, covered up in prison tattoos. Of course, he's laying in there watching TV while she's down at Wendy's, working a double shift. And the baby is crying, and the baby is starting to interfere with his TV enjoyment. And he gets pissed off. And so he goes in there and picks the baby up out of the crib and holds her over his head and throws her on the floor as hard as he possibly can. And so it crushes her skull. And, and for those of you that are familiar with child death investigations, especially babies, babies are exceptionally difficult to kill. And it's exceptionally difficult to break bones or break ribs in a baby because they're really pliable, and that's how human beings made it to where we are today. Yeah. So when you throw a baby on the floor so hard that it fractures the baby's skull and breaks her ribs, that is some exceptional force, right? Well, that's exactly what happened. So he murdered this child, and so we get there. And, Holmes is laying there on the couch, still watching TV. Patrol guys have got everything secured and all that. I mean, so don't get me wrong. He's not free to leave, and he's been searched. So is a couch. But Holmes is just laying there, still calm as shit, not really all worried about it. And we're searching this house and, apartment. And, I don't know if you guys know what a hasp lock is, but it's the kind where the little flap comes over and there's a pin that goes through it. And I look up at this bedroom and there's one of these locks like that's been screwed into the door up high, and we go in there and there's two little girls in there, and they look like they're so my kids were very young at that time, and so these little girls look like they're maybe 4 and 6 years old. I later found out they were 6 and 8 years old, but they were malnourished and hadn't been taken care of. And they're not wearing appropriate clothing. There's nothing in the room with them. There's just 2 little beds in there. The windows have been there's been screws put into the window frame so they can't open the windows. And then you look in the closet in there, and the floor, the carpet in the closet is just matted, with human waste. And the paint has been scratched off all the way around the doorknob on the inside of the closet. And so it dawns on me, they've been putting these girls in this closet and just leaving them in there for God knows how long, And so I remember I didn't know why I was so damned angry. I didn't know why I was so mad, after we left. I mean, I was trying not to be about things, but I was mad at other people about just nothing in particular. Just, somebody did something that might be mildly irritating and I just about, ripped their head off. But so at the scene, we called CPS to come and get the girls. And, and I remember telling a friend of mine, this is where I effed up. This is where I effed up bad, because I picked the little girls up and I helped them get dressed to go with CPS. And I remember this one girl was holding my arm, and I mean, she was so tiny, but she had her hands around my arm and was just squeezing my arm so hard. I can't even imagine a little kid could exert that kind of force. And I'm trying to get this other girl's dress on. I'm trying to tie these bows in the back of her dress, and she's jumping up and down, and she's saying, "Are we going for a ride? Are we going for a ride?" Well, that will mess you up, especially if you're a father of two small kids, because they're the same size as my kids. Anyway, so a dude came and talked to me later, and I found out that a friend of mine had told him, "Hey, you need to go talk to Doug because he's going to kill somebody here in a minute if somebody didn't talk to him." And what I figured out was that I was mad at myself because I couldn't fix it.
Right.
I couldn't help him. And
podcast.
And that thing, that's just one example. But and the reason I'm sharing this particular example is, again, it's not that it's special. It's that cops carry this kind of shit around for the rest of their lives, So, man, and she had this little girl voice, this little sing-songy, almost like a musical voice when she was asking, "Are we going for a ride? Are we going for a ride?" And I'm sitting here thinking, you're going to send these kids off with CPS. Their dead sister's over there, their mom, who knows where she is. And I'm sitting there thinking, we're in the wealthiest country of the world. You're working at a pretty good paying police department. What is wrong with you? And I actually started entertaining these notions of trying to figure out if I could adopt these kids.
Yeah.
And I realized later, I can't afford to adopt two more kids.
Right.
I've got two kids of my own, and even though I was at a pretty well paid police department, it's still a police department salary, and it's just not practical. And man, I was upset when I got home, and my wife knew that. That particular call haunted me for years afterwards. And so when I would tell guys later, when one of these things sneaks up on you,
not if.
Yeah, you need to understand that you're normal. It means you're not a sociopath. That's the first thing you need to know. You're not a sociopath, okay? Because if this didn't bother you, then I would be more concerned.
Yeah.
I'd be concerned that there's something definitely wrong with you. Anyway, I don't want to be too long-winded here, but that's just one small example of the kind of shit that you carry around. And again, who do you go and talk to about that? Because and I'm just going to be blunt here about a couple of things, and I'm not the toughest sumbitch that ever walked at all, but there's an awful lot of people that try to get, at least in my neck of the woods, there's an awful lot of people that try to get involved in peer support stuff that I don't want to talk to them about mowing my yard, much less about what I'm feeling.
Well said. Well said. Yeah.
And some of them I know, and I won't get too deep on it. A lot of people that try to get involved in peer support programs shouldn't be involved in them in the first place. Okay. Nope. And here's the other thing is I'm not saying that I would go and commit unlawful murder or homicide, but how am I supposed to explain to somebody that I am feeling genuinely homicidal about a dangerous criminal who's now just murdered this baby? And although I maintain control and I never said or did anything, nor would I, doesn't mean I'm not feeling those things. And let me tell y'all, this is the ugly part that a lot of people don't want to talk about. If the governor of the state of Texas had called me on the phone and said, "Hey, Doug, I've got a pardon already filled out here for you, buddy. I've already got a pardon. It's already signed.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
It's a done deal. That pardon is in effect for the next 4 hours. You can do whatever you want to do in there, Doug, and nobody's going to do anything to you about it. There would have been some really awful shit that would have happened in there, you know? And so how am I supposed to explain that to some of these people that are involved in peer support, or some of these half-assed psychiatrists or psychologists in an EAP program? Because
you could even just say people you don't trust. Yeah,
I don't trust them. Because let me tell you, EAP programs in most municipalities are just like workers' comp, okay? In fact, they are a form of workers' comp. And the truth is, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to stop talking, Matt. The truth is that the overwhelming majority of mental health professionals who participate in EAP programs are the people who can't get a fucking job working and doing anything else. And that's why they're participating in the EAP program in the first place. And so when you look at these people, you're like, I'm not going to talk to that guy about training my dog. How am I supposed to go in there and tell this guy, I love fucking jujitsu, I like shooting, I like hunting bad guys, and I wanted to kill that man. And if I was allowed to do it legally, I would.
Oh no, he's violent.
Yeah, he's violent, right? And then at the same time, I feel ashamed and guilty because I couldn't help those little girls, you know. Right. And so, how am I going to have that kind of conversation, you know, with one of those kind of people? A guy, and I have and I'll say one last thing, and I'm going to stop. I have a litmus test, and maybe it's not a fair litmus test, but. And you really have to dig down deep into the meaning of each of the words in this thing. And my question that I have for some of these people is, have you ever had someone else's blood on your uniform? And if you haven't, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. I'm not saying that it's impossible, because there's some people that I can talk to. But if you cannot answer yes to that question, it is very difficult for many cops and military personnel to have a meaningful conversation and an honest conversation about what they're feeling, experiencing, and dealing with. So that's my attempt to try to kick this thing off.
No, that's good. One comment about that. I haven't done the job that I end up talking to people about. But what bridges the gap is that their job doesn't make me nervous. Like I do this and I do that. Yeah. I'm like, that's cool.
Duke, I'm going to tell you right now, I've heard from, again, my own experiences talking to some pastors.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I was like in therapy talking to therapists, but just sure. in a cursory manner talking to certain therapists.
Yeah.
And also other cops who were trying to talk to a mental health professional.
Oh my gosh.
When you actually open, okay, I'm going to tell you what I really think about this and how I really felt. And they're like, oh my God, you actually, you enjoy that? You mean you would enjoy shooting somebody if they, and you're like, yeah, you're damn right I would, you know? And they're like, oh, and so you can, you know, those people they're not wired for this. No. They're not programmed for this, and they don't understand people who are. They don't understand meat eater type people that want to go and engage with true bad guys, but who also are really deeply concerned about women and kids.
Well, that's part of your peer support's responsibility. Your team's responsibility is to find that mental health professional. For a while there, we only had one in Stillwater who knew how to talk to cops, and we got lucky. And I'm not talking, and you can be a psychologist, a psychiatrist. We've had more luck with mental health professionals, good and bad, the extreme. We got a guy right now that the way he bridges that gap is he comes in and he helps with our debriefs or whatever. And he says, look, I can say I'm a big supporter of law enforcement. You can go out and look at the blue line flag I got on my car, which I'm trying to get him to take off.
Yeah.
But the only thing I can really do to convince you of this is that I would love to go out and catch these sons of bitches like you guys do. I'd love to be able to do that. I can't. Yeah. That's not me. But what I can do is to help you keep doing that.
Yeah.
That always strikes a chord with the guys. I'm on your side.
That's what I'm looking for. You know, the one thing that I've heard, and I've had other guys tell me. When I say guys, what I mean is other cops. I'm speaking about men and women both. Warren, maybe I think you're probably better informed on this than I am. But when you hear somebody, okay, so when you hear somebody that's supposed to be a grown adult mental health professional, and they say, "This is a safe space," you're like, okay. The reason it's safe is because I'm here making it safe, dude.
Yeah.
You know, I have a gun. I have a gun on me and a propensity for righteous violence.
Yes.
You know, that's why
Socially
it's
acceptable
safe.
violence.
Yeah, that's
So
why
you're looking
it's
at
safe.
You're looking
You
at
didn't
finding
feel
that
safe when I
person.
told you like the jujitsu and wanted to kill that guy. You said you didn't feel very
Exactly.
safe.
It can be even worse because the first one that we had, and thank God this officer was very, I'm going to say mentally strong instead of borderline sociopath. He was totally cool with killing that guy. I mean, he was fine. He was okay.
Yeah.
And that's okay too.
That's okay.
Some people totally are. It's just kind of, I mean,
yes, they are.
Some people have never gotten a cold in their entire life, and yeehaw whoopty for them. You know, that's great. Some people just don't. But so we sent him to a guy through the EAP, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy made sure and tell him about his felonies that he has and how he doesn't really like cops and that kind of stuff during this process where he's supposed to be helping him. And that just sent me through the roof. I went nuts.
Yeah.
So you've got part of your peer support team's responsibility is to find those resources and have them in place. And it was not easy for us. We're out in the middle of nowhere. We're a town of 50,000 people. Stillwater's 70,000. But they had somebody there. Yeah. And there are networks you can get involved in and find those folks. One of them is emdr.com. If you can find those groups, a lot of times you'll be able to find somebody in there that is a cop person, because that's one of the ones, cops, military, fire, that go seek out EMDR or get help from it. So, but yeah, that's part of your peer support. That's a failure on the peer support part, civilly. You've got to have the right people in place that are ready to go and are willing to do those things and find a way to pay for it. So like this guy, we found him and he was great. He's like, okay, I don't have that insurance on my stuff yet. I'll go get the insurance. That's peer support's problem. They should be doing all those things, getting them set up for that. So this guy, if we have problems, we have people around the community that if somebody has problems paying for something greater than what our guy can do, some inpatient stuff, we've got folks around the community that will come in and send a check to this account number at this facility.
There you go.
And take care of that.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell anybody who anybody is. You got to have the account number or something like that. And they can send the check to the facility, and those facilities do not care. We got a great place in Oklahoma City that we've had some folks in, and it's got a wing for cops, firefighter, and military. And that's all they do. That's something that we had to do as a peer support team. We had to find those things. We didn't know that existed 5 years ago, but it's been there forever. So again, just if you got a peer support team, God, don't screw it up, guys. Get out in front of it, do it right. And if you got a bad one, scrap that thing and start
Warren,
over again.
are there? So I freely admit that I'm relatively ignorant about a lot of the peer support models that are out there. Now, a very good friend of mine that works for a Texas DPS is actually pretty well informed on it. And I remember one time he was telling me about this lady in Austin that has done some great work. And he said some of the same things you have about trust and about you can't afford even one instance of betrayal.
You can only sell your soul once.
Yeah. And but are there different models or frameworks or philosophies amongst peer support?
I don't think so, because I studied a lot of different ones when we went into it, and I got kind of crazy into it, read a bunch of books and found a bunch of stuff. And I mean, the training might be a little bit different. Like we got our guy, he developed a 1-day program to kind of get everybody started, because in order to have that legal protection, that court protection where you can't make me talk and I actually can't say anything, and anything I say is not admissible against somebody for past stuff, unless it's like, real serious or whatever. You can't make me go in there and say, hey, this guy, he was very mentally upset about this deal. You can't make me do that. In order to do that, you have to have some kind of training. So this guy gives us a 1-day school, and then we get everybody into the 1 week school. It's all really the same thing. It's all really just dropping this information on them. We've got handouts that so you don't screw them up. We got little cards in our wallets. We got a little guide, and we all do the same thing. Well, I think we did Warriors Rest, but really it all comes from the same place. And really it's not, I think that the fear that people have is that they're going to mess it up. But it's really not that complicated once you've really just realized all you're doing is just talking to somebody and letting them talk to you.
Hey, just for listeners and maybe somebody who's not familiar with the difference between peer support and formal counseling or critical incident debriefing, Warren, would you mind just telling people what is when we say peer support? Can you kind of explain that a little bit?
There's two different basic kinds of peer support. There's group and there's individual. We had 40 hours of training on the total of them. We had a great program. I think it was Warriors Rest. Hope I'm not wrong. It was a great program, but it really just comes down to you kind of a stopgap. Okay, guys, somebody's having some problems. And the guy, again, this is like you said, it's everybody. Somebody's having some problems and they might come and want to just talk to somebody. Well, our support group, we don't assign anybody. We have a list and you choose who you want to talk to. And if you don't like that, get a hold of us and we will get you somebody else to talk to. If you don't want to talk to any of us, we'll find somebody from another peer support team somewhere else that you don't even know at all. We'll get you taken care of. We got a local minister who's a reserve with the sheriff's office.
Yep.
He's also on our support team and he's been through hundreds of hours of training. We'll find you somebody. When that doesn't work, or if that's not enough, we'll take and we'll elevate them to the next level of mental health. That's where our licensed mental health professionals come in. We don't have any psychologist or actual psychotherapist really. Our folks that are involved are licensed mental health professionals, especially our number one, which means you got a master's degree or this guy's got two instead of a doctorate or whatever. So we get them to those folks. If it's something real serious and they need to go somewhere else, we get them, we pave the way where it's easy. All they need is a ride and we'll give them a ride if we have to down to the place. And then we start working on the first thing they always say is, I don't know how I'm going to pay for this. Well, your insurance is going to cover most of it. And we're going to find people in the community that are going to help you pay for it. And they're not going to know who you are and nobody is. So that's basically just the different levels. And most of the time it's just I'm stressed out. I'm having a bad day. Why don't you take a week's vacation?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you take some time off? We had a guy that was going to quit and it just took a matter of him saying, I cannot keep up with everything at home and at work. And I'm like, take a week off, take a week of sick leave. You're not feeling good. Take a week of sick leave. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And he did, and he still works there and he's doing great.
Good. I like that. I like that notion of a list, a list being available. And the employee, the officer can look at that list and maybe pick somebody out.
Really, the only thing our coordinator does is if we need to have a meeting or something or have a debrief, they'll coordinate that. We will go to. I didn't think it was a good idea for me to do it because I'm in admin.
Right. So
we've got a sergeant that's very trustworthy and everybody kind of likes her and gets along with her. And I'm sure there's a patrolman here and there that maybe doesn't, but her only real job in that is to say, okay, who do you want to talk to? Is this okay or is this okay? Okay, that's your guy. I'll call him and tell him, or you call him, whatever you want to do. We make it about not controlling the situation because that's part of the problem 9 times out of 10 is they don't have control over something. Okay, this is about you. You tell me what you want. What can we do for you? We're here to serve you.
Right.
So I'll let that explain it, I hope.
Yeah, and the point that just for listeners is when it's peer support, it's other cops, it's other police officers at the same agency that are trying to help. But you mentioned if they want, you mentioned, is it possible at your place, at your shop? Let's say I'm working at NEPD and I've got something going on. I want to talk to somebody. Is it possible that I could, if I don't like anybody on the NEPD list, is it possible for me to speak to somebody else on
we'll find somebody,
a neighboring, the sheriff, the SO or, a neighboring agency or whatever.
Because our sheriff's office is only 22 strong. And they've got about half the dispatchers we've got. They're just a smaller agency. It's simple as that.
Sure.
We did a debrief for them a while back, and we even brought in somebody from one of the ambulance agencies who was on the call.
Yeah.
And we conducted that for them. And even the sheriff at the time was a little bit like, I don't know about all this. And he was told afterwards because it was just palpable. Just letting them get it off their chest and having some control over something.
Yeah.
And deciding, do I want to go to this?
Right.
If I go to this, what do I have to do? You don't have to do a damn thing. You don't do anything. If you go, you can sit there and not do a damn thing. It's really just not as complicated as we want to make it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is you're not going to get cops to ask for help or to go get help if they think that their future career is at risk.
And that's the first thing we got to say. And first thing we say is, everybody take your phones and put them outside.
Yeah.
We're not there. There are no phones in the room. This is confidential. This is legally confidential. Not only can nobody make you say anything, but you can't say anything. Yeah. Nothing you say is going to be admissible in this room that we talk about.
Right.
You know, unless it's some of those really horrible things that nobody's going to say. You know, and don't get me wrong, we're talking about confidentiality and that kind of thing. If you got an officer who is right now going to hurt himself, yeah, you don't have a choice in that matter.
No, you have to act at that point.
You got to do something else. But if somebody's just venting and saying, "Man, I wish I would have killed that guy," or you're never going to say something, you're just obviously venting, and it's not really something you're going to do. Be smart about it, you know.
Right. Yeah. Again,
Bryan, you look way too happy.
Yeah. Sorry, Bryan.
Dude,
So
I'm
what are you thinking,
here.
man?
Me?
Oh, he's looking at his new Colt pistol. He's
No,
Yeah.
I'm sitting over here going.
That's true.
I'm sitting over here going, God, Enid PD's got their shit together, man.
It sounds like they
Not
do.
bad. It's not bad.
I'll put it this way, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I worked for a guy that was obviously had some substance abuse problems, was mediocre as a supervisor. He may be doing great today. I don't know. And they peeled him off to be the peer support director. And I said, oh, that's awesome. Like I got the from one of the admins. Well, oh, that's awesome. And I said, well, at least maybe he can get some help. You know, nothing like putting an overweight pill addict and alcoholic in charge of the peer support group. I'm sure he'll do great. Yeah. And it was like, and I really do think that my former chief in his infinite wisdom decided, well, if I can't convince him to get help, I can put him in charge of the people that are getting help. And I'm still, you were talking forgiveness, Matt. I still have a lot of animosity towards that guy, mainly because he used the phrase, cops just hope they're on the right side of history in an in-service video. And I really wanted to go punch him.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
Yeah. I mean, completely. I was like,
I'll bring the holy water and I'll just sprinkle you guys.
What is that?
It's like a pardon, isn't it? It's like a Jesus.
Yeah. What
pardon.
is that? That is a total socialist like plan, talking platform.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. We've had our failures too.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to do. But the key to the whole peer support thing is it's not official at all.
Yeah, like, and that's part of the problem I see is especially it gets really dicey with the courts and confidentiality.
Yes.
Especially when you get civilian volunteers that
very much so.
In my experience,
I can't imagine doing that.
They tend to be meddling wives that live vicariously through their cop husbands. 100%. I've seen that 100%. Over and over.
Now we want civilians to be involved for the civilians, because a lot of times, like, you'll have a 911 operator, we don't know what they're doing, they don't know what we're doing exactly, they don't really get it. Having a civilian involved in that is a great thing for them too, but
until the subpoenas come.
Until a wife, well, they can't though. If you follow the law and you're careful about your training, they can try to subpoena you.
Therein lies the problem. Cops don't seem to have that problem with following the law and subpoenas and rules of evidence. Now, if civilians run your mouth, one.
Exactly, and that's why there would never be a non-cop or somebody who wasn't with the department involved having a wife or something. That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, and I saw them bringing cookies and baked goods, and they
can bring the shit all they want and they go out. Bye.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you afterwards.
I've seen them hedge themselves dig in like a tick, and it's sad.
At our place, we had a you can call whatever you want to call the term, administrative assistant, secretary, whatever, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Who was working at the agency, and she was married to one of the sergeants, and she ended up, at least initially, and it's things have improved quite a bit. But to your point, Bryan, that woman who was having sex with so many different people in the damn agency, really wanted to be involved in the peer support program, and ended up becoming sort of a upper level, if you can call it that, sort of upper level administrator, den mother to the to the peer support program. You think anybody trusted that shit? You think anybody wanted to talk to anybody about anything, knowing that somebody like that was in the heavily involved in it? Again,
and I wouldn't trust that harlot to bake cookies.
Yeah, right. So, and again, that's a worst case scenario, but that happens all over the place.
Yeah.
And so, now granted, again, for the record, for anybody watching this, especially anybody from my agency, my old agency that is getting angry watching this right now.
Oh, they do. Trust me.
That was a long time ago. She's been gone for a while. and things are much, much better with the peer support program now. Okay. And in fact, the peer support program currently is pretty good. Let the record reflect I said that. However, it's not. That's not an anomaly. And what you were just saying, Bryan. I mean, so why would somebody want, who's not wearing a badge and carrying a gun want to become a major influence in your local peer support program? I mean, again, the cynical side of me wants to. I mean, let's talk about that. Why is this individual so driven to be involved in this program, and why in the hell would any of us want to talk to her?
Well, I forever scarred a Catholic priest that was trying to volunteer when I said, "Yeah,
don't touch me."
You got this. Oh God! No,
one of you had to do that.
Wow!
See, I was going to let it go.
Oh my goodness!
We were setting it at breakfast. Of all things, we're setting at breakfast, and this is right before my personal experience with the MDR. And I was, you guys, Matt, and you guys can relate to this. I was, just broke line up, and I'm like, I need some chow because I'm ticking. You know what I mean? Where you're just like,
yeah.
And here comes this new volunteer. And he sits down and he's like, I just want to help you guys. And I go, oh, okay. That's noble. I said, what exactly kind of help do you think you can give me? Well, and on the counseling side and the this, that, and the other. And I go, tell me about the last child you saw that was horrifically injured in a sexual assault.
Right.
And the guy looks at me and I go, tell me about the last time you washed blood off with an Evian bottle of water or the last time you picked skull fragments out of your forehead. Right. Tell me about that.
Right.
And tell me how you're going to handle that.
You had to strip down in the front yard because you can't bring that. I said that in the house.
I said, tell me about the last time you wrestled somebody with a compound fracture that was so high on PCP that you were afraid to touch the jagged bone for fear of getting. I said, tell me all about your experience with that. Yeah. And then tell me about how you're going to help me.
Yes.
I said, and then tell me about how you're going to bury all that stuff and not cathartically dispel it to somebody that hears it and then uses it as evidence later. Tell me about that.
Right.
And the guy's like,
as evidence later.
Yeah. And he goes, and I said, did they leave that out of the brochure, Padre? Right. And he goes, dude, he got up from breakfast.
Just for the record, he's
left.
Not talking about me.
Right. He got up from breakfast, left, and never came back.
Yeah.
Again,
Padre.
There again, I had one of those, like, I just unloaded on this guy, and I'm like, and in the back of my mind, I'm going, good job. You just saved him from a whole lot of problems. And also, what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
It's not that he couldn't have helped you. It's not that he couldn't have helped you if he'd been like, I hear you. That doesn't make me nervous. I've been in the ministry for, he was like some seasoned vet, like I've worked with homeless, whatever. We've been down that road many a time. I'm here for you anytime. Let's just start off with maybe getting a cup of coffee together. Like where you got to know each other and you learn to trust him. Like, okay, this guy's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe I can do a ride along.
Well, he came in like a lion and left like a lamb.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
But if you're going to freak him out with one conversation over some, as you slowly reach for the same salt shaker.
Right.
And maybe touch fingers.
Oddly enough, it was a pepper shaker, but
okay.
same.
Yeah. No judgment.
Bryan, your story so reminds me of this social worker that they had. I don't remember what the hell was going on exactly, but this social worker therapist lady that they had brought in, and she, oh my God, and she's sitting there trying to talk to me about the traumatic stuff that police officers see, and she was like, I mean, I'm sure you've seen something, I'm sure that you've experienced something difficult, over the last couple of weeks. And I was like, yeah, I was seeing some pretty bad shit recently. And she's like, well, why don't you tell me about it? And I said,
no.
And I was like, yeah, how about a pimp who brought a mentally retarded girl down to an apartment complex and 50 men had anal sex with her for pay. They lined up and paid to have sex with her. And when we found her, she was bleeding from her rectum and semen was dripping out of her, and he had abandoned her. And I had to help her and call somebody to come, and I had to deal with that shit. I said, so you want to talk about traumatic shit? It's not about what I just experienced, lady. It's about what did that poor girl just experience?
Yeah.
And how come we're not talking about her? And I had to fix that shit, or at least try to. I remember getting and I'm getting a little angry now. I remember getting angry about that. And I'm like, who are you to come in here and talk to me about this shit? Because you don't know what you're talking about. And again, it comes back to have you ever had anybody else's blood on your uniform? Have you ever picked a mentally delayed girl up off the floor who's just been raped by 40 to 50 men? Have you? I mean, this is just the word reprehensible doesn't even begin to cover this shit, So how do you want me to talk to you about this, lady? And she kind of like what you said with the priest, she just disengaged and ran off.
Yeah. And the bad thing on the negative side with a lot of our spiritual and religious leadership.
Yeah.
I had a young officer worked a horrific tragedy that I've come in my later years to realize sometimes people just die. They just do. There's not a thing anybody can do.
It's not your fault. I'm going to do the Goodwill Hunting thing. It's not your fault, dude. And nothing you could have done to prevent it.
Yeah. And it was a kid in a car seat that asphyxiated. And the officer rolled in, did CPR on this baby, and I see him he goes on autopilot. And oddly enough, because of that incident is why I started doing EMDR. And thankfully I have an appointment Thursday so I can cathartically dispel all this heinous shit we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
But he starts just he's writing 20 tickets a day. He's avoiding calls to just go write tickets. And I was like, bro, something's wrong.
That's
you okay?
Yeah.
And he goes, oh yeah, I'm fine.
No,
and I said, no, you're not, man. I get it. I see what's going on. I said, have you went and talked to anybody? And he goes, oh yeah, I talked to peer support. And then I went and talked to my pastor or whatever. And I said, yeah, what'd your pastor say? Well, sometimes people die. And I go, good advice. I get that.
Is. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, I said, when was the last time your pastor did CPR on a dead baby?
That's right.
And he goes, well, I just think on the spiritual side, he understands that. And I'm like, no, man, you're missing the mark here. And I said, hey, I got a guy and years later, man, I see he's a number one traffic cop, but it wrecked him for so many years. And I watched him go through physical ailments and all these things. And I'm like, man, I wish I could get you to maybe go see this person instead of talking to all these other people. But
right.
Shortly after that, I mean, I was in the throes of a divorce, second divorce. I'll open the books if you guys want it. At jeopardy of my own personal demise or professional demise, more so.
Hey, Brian, this is a safe space.
Good.
Shit.
Good. I feel like I'm amongst friends, right?
You know,
Demise is a strong word.
It's just like Duke said, if somebody's got to open the can.
Yeah.
And when we go to those debriefs, the first thing we always do is if it's not going well, I'll just start spewing some of the terrible things that happened to me, of me bawling in a parking lot behind a Waffle House praying I didn't get a call.
Yeah.
Because, and you open yourself up like that, all of a sudden it's okay to do it. So I think you should, if you don't mind.
Yeah. And my level of peer support was always like, okay, I just went through the ringer. Now I can spot a dude that looks like me in the parking lot of the gun range. And I can go, hey bro, you sleeping okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. I've heard that one before. Let me tell you what happened to me. Yeah. But, and I think that has a good impact. And I tried to, in spite of all my shortcomings and stuff on the PD, I always tried to like reach out to dudes that were younger and needed that. But I went through divorce number 1 right on the heels of a shooting where like a 7-year-old got a through and through the legs. And from what I hear, he's doing well. He's living with family in Texas. Mom was put on a bed and executed with the 3-year-old daughter. Horrific. I wouldn't wish anybody to see that.
No.
And all I was thinking the whole time was like, let the guy with the gun pop out. Because I got an 870 and I got a load of triple aught for you, pal.
Yeah. But people don't understand that, Brian. They don't understand that look, dude, I know what you mean about that. Please show yourself.
Yes.
Please come out. You can just, you're just hungry for it. You're like, please show anything at all that I can shoot at.
Like a weed from the garden.
Well, right. To hearken on the Wayne Dobbs. Yeah. Let me pluck.
Oh, you do the reference. Okay, good. I didn't want to drop a name.
Right.
I lead in every class I teach when I'm teaching fundamentals with, in your tenure, you may be called to pluck a weed from the Lord's garden.
That's right.
So because Wayne's one of my heroes and a great friend.
Send me.
But I had that, and I was with my first wife, and we were on the outs, man. And I remember going home, and I had a complete meltdown, like just boo-hooing. It was ugly. It was like I ugly cried. And for all of our angst, she was actually very compassionate. And then the next day, my boss called me. Great dude, Kelly. If you listen to this, thanks. He calls me. He goes, dude, are you okay? And I go, no, man, I went to bed dreaming about dead kids.
Yeah.
Sorry. And he's like, I'll see you tomorrow night. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
That was the extent of it. And that went on for a couple, we get divorced. It was bad. Second marriage comes around and have this little boy, stepkid. And for 2 years, about every night, I dreamed about his mom carrying this little kid out, shot through and through the legs. And I would wake up. Yeah. And it was just like, why am I doing this? Why over and over and over and over? It was like on a loop.
Yeah, but it's not intentional. It just happened. But the loop, the never ending replay.
And Duke, you said that I mentioned a loop, and I have questions about the divine, but I didn't mention that in the pre-show. So,
okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so I play that over and over and over. And then she and I are in the throes of divorce. And my old buddy that's a chaplain, and he was a killer street cop, he calls me one day to ask me about the officer that did the CPR on the kid. Yeah. And I'm like, what's the deal with, like, why are you calling me about his problems, dude? I got a plate full of my own. Yeah. And he goes, how you doing? I said, not good, man. I'm like thinking about going and turning my badge in and just, I don't know, join the army and go shoot people for a living or something.
Right.
And he goes, let's go have coffee. And we did.
Yeah.
And I sit down and I'm like, this is my life in a nutshell. I'm like, I don't sleep. I rarely eat. Like the only time that I have personal satisfaction is when I'm with the stepkid and we're doing like man stuff,
Yeah.
I said, his mom drives me up the wall. She's off the reservation. I don't know how I ended up in this. And he goes, hey, I want you to go talk to somebody. And I'm like, yeah, you and everybody else, whatever. And he goes, no, he's a retired cop. And I go, you have my attention. So I'm separated. I'm like living in my parents' spare bedroom on some twin size bed. I mean, typical cop story, right? Like,
how old were you at this time, Bryan?
I was 32.
Yeah.
33.
That's about right.
Yeah. And my
right on schedule.
Cup runneth over.
Yeah.
And, anyway, I go see this guy. I'm like, whatever, I'll make the appointment. And it was so bad. Like I was so mentally clouded that I drove past the address like 4 or 5 times trying to find it because my brain was not there. And I go and here's this retired cop. And he's like, I just like spill the beans. I'm like, this is my life in a nutshell and it sucks. And he's like, yeah, you're pretty effed up, bro. And that was that was the first time anybody had looked at me and went, oh, you're going to be, it didn't go, oh, you're fine. Yeah. You're going to be okay. He goes,
didn't
dude,
hand
you're
you a Band-Aid.
Yeah. He goes, dude, you're effed up. And I'm like,
messed up.
He told you the truth.
Yeah. And I mean,
my
guard completely dropped. And I'm like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to go home. There's no peace in my life here at all. Yeah. And I'm just, and he goes, yeah, you're effed
no
up,
relief.
man. And
that's great though, that you could talk to somebody that's been there themselves prior to becoming a professional in another field.
Doug, I think that you brought up something great, and this goes with what Bryan's point is that especially when Bryan mentioned the priest and you mentioned the female counselor, is that you have unvetted and untrusted people trying to meddle in things. They have a noble sense of doing good, but they're not welcome yet. Like they're not trusted or vetted in that. And so he found leads into this, that maybe the system for, the EAP that somebody may have in one location is great. And in another location is either it's so miserable that it might as well be non-existent, or it doesn't exist, or it just exists enough to be on paper to cover legal basis. But this is where you get into, and Bryan just gave the whole spiel of it, looking around for a secondary system, which is somebody you do trust and that doesn't get nervous and that is willing to call a spade, and not like in a call a spade like they're calling you out, but like Bryan's like, this sucks, but everybody else wanted to be like, oh no, it's okay, because they're nervous about it. Like that makes their fragile sense of day-to-day tranquility, like that counselor who was like wanted to talk about trauma. The most traumatic thing she probably had happen in the last 2 weeks was someone got her order wrong at Starbucks. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like, her husband wanted to role play, some kind of weird way. Yeah. Like that's not trauma.
No.
You know what I mean? And so when you have a guy go, yeah, bro, that sucks. You're like, finally, someone just said it. I thought I thought I was wrong for feeling like it sucked. Like, no, you're not wrong. Life is sometimes a huge, awful sandwich of just nastiness and discontent. So let's just call some facts and not put them in denial,
Well, I'll back the bus up when I was talking to, and I'll tell you his name. His name's Greg Giltner, and he is the chief of Oklahoma Christian University now. And dude, I owe my life to that guy. I told him I just spilled the beans. I'm like, I got nothing, man. I don't even have a house to live in at this point. And I said, I'm punching holes in walls. And he goes, yeah, and his response to that, I'm going to try not to get choked up. He goes, yeah, I got tired of going and buying pictures to hang over them. And I was like,
whoa.
Yeah.
So he gets it.
So, yeah. So I said,
that
what
going
do I do?
first thing, like you finally weren't alone, and someone else,
right.
ends it, like you're like, oh snap, like you too,
right? And he goes, he says, hey, I want to set you up with this counselor, and he goes, don't worry about the payment. He's like, we'll figure that out. And I went, oh, okay. He said, but here's the EAP number, and here's the exact wording you're going to tell him. I already have an appointment with this guy, and this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing him for job-related stress. And I said, well, it's only 6 appointments. And he goes, it's 6 appointments per issue. And I went, per issue? And he goes, yeah. So next week, call him and tell him you're an alcoholic for all I care.
That's right. That's smart.
And I went, okay. And he goes, and if you run out of those 6 appointments, call him back and say you're having financial trouble and you've already got an appointment with this guy. And if you're running out of that, tell him your stepson or you're this. And I went, oh, okay.
I never thought about that because, so many EAP programs are 6 appointments. There's 6 appointments and you're done, right?
Tell them the priest touched your hand at the counseling session. And you felt conflicted
there
about
you
that.
go, right?
I mean, most cops aren't going to disclose the real shit going on until like the last half of appointment number 6. And now, so, 6 appointments, what's that going to get you?
But I went in for the first appointment and I just word vomited. Like I was just like, F this, F the department, F these people. I don't care. I'm sick of it. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't, whatever. I can't make a marriage work. I got a stepson that I really care about. And here I'm wrecked. And the guy goes, what are you doing next week? And I go, I'm supposed to go on vacation with my parents and I don't like going on vacation. And he goes, go. And I went, okay. Like most people would have said, well, then just don't go. Just stay home and he goes, well, just go. And I'll set you up an appointment for 2 days a day, 2 days after you get back. Mm-hmm. And he goes, when do you go back on your shift? And I said, about 2 days after I get back. And he goes, take a vacation day. Come in here. And I did. And he tells me about EMDR. Like it's an eye movement deal. Don't worry. It's not hypnosis. It's just this thing. And so I go on vacation to Florida and I'm just the whole time I'm like, my parents are out doing things and I'm just sitting at the bar, just like slamming scotch and just trying not to think about what's, and I go back for appointment number 2 and we do EMDR like 12 minutes into the hi, welcome back, blah, blah, blah. And I went into the room. I'll never forget. I went into the room. I was going, I'm separated from my wife. I got a step kid. I don't know what's going to happen with him. I don't have a house. I don't know what to do. And I walked out of the room going, I'm filing for divorce today. He'll be fine. I'm okay. And I'm going to turn the ship around. And here's how I'm going to do it in an hour session.
Wow.
And then moving on with that, I mean, that was 10 years ago and I still go see the guy monthly for nothing more than he's a retired cop. And sometimes I just go, dude, I got nothing. Like I got nothing. Like life is going well. And the crazy part about it, like 5 years ago when I started the belt company, we sit down and I'm talking about all this entrepreneurial stress. Like, how am I going to fund this? And how am I going to pay? And he goes, 5 years ago, you walked in here and didn't even have a house. Right. I'm like, right. Holy crap. And the other cool thing was, when I started dating my gal, we're not married, but Doug's met her. Which
my wife and I both think she is a wonderful person, by the way. My wife is
actually, you too.
My wife has even told me, she's like, man, I really like her. She is super nice. And
I met her the one time and she's way too good for him, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I outkicked my coverage, as did Bulky, by the way. But
totally normal ladies. It's weird.
But funny thing, Duke was talking about Doug's hairdo. And when Doug and his wife met Trish,
it's a lot.
I said, what are you guys doing? You're not hanging out. And he goes, oh, we've got a dinner date. And I'm like, where at? And he goes, the Silver Fox. And Trish elbows me and goes, how appropriate. So
that's you, man.
Shit.
So looking like a male model, a male seniors model.
Shit. Whatever.
Oh man. But all that to say, when I first started dating her, I'm like, okay, first thing first, this is going to sound weird, but I've been in therapy for like 5 years. And it was like 3 years or something at that point.
Yeah.
And she goes, good. I was like, really? And she goes, yeah, I always swore I wouldn't date a cop, but I guess I'll make an exception since at least you know you're effed up. And I went, who is this? But what's cool now is like, she will notice things like physiological things. For instance, if I'm listening to the same song like over and over and over, she'll go, hey, you need to call our code word is like, you need to call your dude. I'm like, huh? Oh yeah. I'm like, I'm off a bit. And I can go sit down with him, and in an hour session, I walk out of there and I'm like, oh God, I'm glad I got that off my chest. And I think like older generation cops, Doug, maybe a little older than you.
Yeah.
They don't really talk about that stuff. And there's we have some mutual friends that, I was at TACCON going, yeah, dude, I'm ticking, man. I got to go see my EMDR dude. And they're like, you do that? Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done some good work doing that. I'm like, cool. Tell all your Pizos that are hurting.
Yep.
They need to know about this.
Our dude, his license plate is EMDR. That's his personal license plate.
I know who you're talking about. Mine's not.
Yeah.
But
he's pretty turned on about it.
I've never done any EMDR stuff. I know what it is, like the Wikipedia version, but I don't know why. I will say this. This is a big thing for me to say this on a public podcast like this, but yeah, I went and talked to a guy for a while.
Good.
And the guy that I went and talked to was he was a Dallas police officer for 30 years. He was extensive patrol experience, extensive detective experience, and then he went back to school and became a licensed professional counselor. And here's the big deal that any cops listening to this right now, I just want y'all to listen to me and hear what I'm saying. A guy like that, there is nothing that you can say to that dude that's going to scare him or surprise him or freak him out or make him feel nervous or weird him out. And something else that's great about talking to older guys like that is that sometimes you say all this shit during the session and he's like, you're 100% right. Nothing you've said here is wrong. You're not the one who's fucked up. They're the ones that are fucked up. And the sooner you recognize that, the better off you're going to be. So there's nothing wrong with you, dude. You're right. They're the ones that are wrong. So what you need to do is stop worrying about these morons that are running certain programs and things. And he's like, he goes, and I'm going to prove it to you. And then he goes through it bullet point by bullet point with you. And he's like, why wouldn't you be upset about something like that? He's like, that means you're a normal human being. He's like, the fact that somebody else is trying to make it sound like you're the one that's messed up because that's the way you're feeling about it. He is, no, I think that actually speaks more to what's wrong with them and your leadership than anything else. It's great to have somebody that has that kind of experience and maturity and age and wisdom. And man, I don't know what the term or word is for it. There used to be these in different societies, there used to be this sense of, the older warrior guy, the older sage guy, the guy that had lived through these things and he has the scars to prove it. The guy that has survived this stuff and he's able to provide counsel, wise counsel based on decades of life experience. And sometimes I think we're missing some of that. And whether you get that in a structured session with a mental health professional, or sometimes if you get that in a the car to car meeting over a cup of coffee, there's different ways to get that. But that's what I got from talking to that guy.
Well, dear friend of ours, DB.
Yeah.
On a road trip, I was, I'm pretty newly retired.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, I'm like, dude, there are sometimes like I'm getting dressed in the morning and I'm going, man, what a great day to smash a felon.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
does that go away? And he
Never.
goes, it doesn't.
Isn't that?
And I'm like, ooh,
No.
And he said, he read some Native American or First American, whatever the woke term or whatever.
Mhm.
Basically Indian, Native American, First American. He read like some basically distillation of cultural thoughts. And he said, I struggle with that a lot until I got into that culture and reading about that culture. And he said, usually the guys that were about 35 to 45, they quit going to war. And I went, what? He goes, well, they train you from the time you're walking age to hunt, fish, kill, defend, fight, whatever. And he said, after about 20 to 25 years, they go, okay, you're done doing that. Now you need to be there for the young ones.
Right.
And I went, okay.
Yes.
And we were kind of talking about Kegel and some other things. And I told, I flat told Daryl, I'm like, man, there are days I go, do I want to wear this Glock with these Nikes or do I want to wear this, Smith & Wesson with these boots, and and I said, all for the general purpose of if I got to use this, which one am I going to be tuned up with today? And he's like, yeah, it's totally normal. And I'm like, okay, because it bothers me, even though I'm doing it. And he's like, well, in that culture, once you hit a certain age, it was like, hey, you need to be back here defending the women and children and teaching the kids and teaching those that are coming up.
Right.
How to do what you did, which was survive an incredibly violent culture for that long.
Right.
And
you've lived, you've made it. It's time for you to tell somebody else how to do it.
Exactly. And I said, well, I was a patrol cop for like 20 years, man, like 21 years. And he's like, you never went behind a desk. You never did this. You were in the thick of it for that long.
Yeah.
It's time for you to pass some of those lessons that you learned and survived to other people. And the more you do that, the more comfortable you'll get not doing that.
That's 100%. That's 100% correct.
All you're doing is you're taking that external service that you're used to giving out to the public.
Yeah.
And you're turning it inward to the people who probably deserve it more than a lot of the folks that we serve. You're turning that inward. I love that internal service.
Damn, Warren.
I've really embraced that. Well, and that's what it took for me because I always wanted to be a cop and I'm not anymore. And it was a tough thing to go through.
Yeah.
Because that was my entire identity until I realized that I'm all about service. I think it's a fantastic thing. So who do I really want to serve? I'm not as good at serving the public in general. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm really good at serving good people. I have a real struggle with serving some people who kind of don't, deserve it. They're terrible.
Warren, believe it or not, I had that moment it wasn't a moment, it was a protracted moment where I referenced back to that conversation with my wife about what we're doing now. And I was just like, I like my circle of friends. I don't like most mainstream church culture people. They bother me. And I'm a pastor. Like I'm dealing with mainstream, church culture people, and I don't like them at all. Like what's wrong with me?
And what's wrong with that? What's wrong with turning that inward and
So
and
I was
putting all
like,
that energy towards the folks who need it.
Yeah. And so it was like, and this goes to what Brian and Doug were both saying that, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. EMDR may not be everybody's cup of tea, but find your thing that helps you get your feet underneath you that you can, because Brian made a great point that one session allowed him to make decisions without any shame or guilt. He walked out of that session going, I'm doing this, I'm not doing that, and I'm doing that. It gave him just enough lift of the fog to start making decisions and getting his feet underneath him to, make it, to make quality decisions and be like, I finally know what to do. And I remember years ago, this was about 2010. I had taken several classes back to back to back to back. And I woke up in the morning with like I could feel my heart pounding through the mattress. And I'd had that dream where I was in a parking lot and someone was in front of me and he was a uniformed officer and he drew his gun to shoot someone behind me. And I ducked out of the way to shoot. My Glock wouldn't work. Like the trigger, I couldn't get it to click.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I know that one.
And I had to rack it and start shooting again. And I didn't have a round in the chamber, which will get you killed in the street. And so I had to rack the chamber. And so I called Pat right away. Pat, I had a dream. And it wasn't like, I had a dream. It wasn't a speech dream. It was like I had a bad dream.
Yeah.
He said, "Dude, tell me." And I told him, he's like, "Oh." He said, "So back in the day, we had some head shrinks come to talk to us in Central Roberts." He said, because we were getting involved. And I thought involved, I was like, you mean like with the opposite sex? Like, no, dude, we were shooting people. I mean that kind of involved. Got it. All right. And so he said, we were talking to, they brought in some head shrinkers and he said this, he's like, the reason you're having those dreams is your brain's telling you need more training. And the reason I was having the dreams, I didn't know how to deal with that. And it just took some immediate follow, go to more classes, things like that. The point is this, that our brains sometimes go on loop because we don't have either a decision made or an informed decision or the information to make that decision, i.e. training, to deal with what we just saw. No amount of training is going to help you deal with a woman and her 3-year-old child who's been executed. People can tell you about it.
Right.
So all we can do is get you ready for it. And I like what Doug said earlier. It's not if, it's when. So, for listeners watching, start looking around at who you can trust, that either they could listen to you or they know somebody to point you in the right direction. But having that thing, and again, I tell people this in our organization regularly, like, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not a shepherd to all the sheep. I'm just a shepherd to some. And if I'm not a certain sheep's, if I'm not their cup of tea, then hey, let's find you someplace where you do feel at home and willing to talk and unload, so you can have enough, let's just say enough lifting of the fog to go, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Let's do this. It's no different than taking, or, how do you say this, properly dosing pain meds, because it clears the fog just enough that you can get, better treatment for that symptom. I know some people in certain religious organizations that taking pain medicine is nigh on to a sin. And I've had to defuse that. Like, no, that's to help you think clear enough that you can get some help and start helping yourself. Like, it's hard to listen to positive spiritual input and you're like blinded with pain. Well, it's no different. Mental stuff needs to be treated the same way, as far as like people have asked, is suicide a sin? Like, well, yeah, that you got to go somewhere long enough to listen to people drone on to be that misinformed, but it still gets told, and people think that. It's like, well, if someone died of cancer, are they going to get judged for that? They were just sick in the mind, like someone else was sick in their body. And you know what I mean? And
yes.
So dealing, diffusing that, like, hey, if you need just enough to lift the fog, EMDR, EPA, all the way down to a Tylenol, or to take your meds that your doctor's telling you to take to help you, just so you can get to, I like Bryan's like line of departure that I got to do Bryan. I walked out of there. I can't even do his voice right. But
you do a great Pat, though. Pat's voice.
He said, I walked out of there. I'm filing for divorce. The kid's going to be all right. And I'm doing this and that. Like, he had enough clarity to start making decisions and, getting ahead of the power curve. And so, taking these things at face value is what they are. That they help you get your feet underneath you. No different than going to a facility like Warriors Heart or, whatever you find that is your cup of tea. It's to help you get your feet underneath you, that you can start making decisions. Like, I'm not going to think about that on loop anymore. And I am going to tonight get a good night's sleep, stuff like that. So it needs to be just taken at face value and not seen as going to talk to somebody. It's not a betrayal. You're not turning in your man card.
Right.
No one's going to, you know what I mean?
Yes. So Duke, so a guy that I worked with for a number of years killed himself.
Yeah.
And his name was Kevin. And he was in the beat next to mine. And nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming.
Yeah,
and I would like to think that I'm a relatively perceptive individual. I would like to. I would like to think that I'm. Maybe I'm not, but everybody likes to think that they're above average in every
Sure.
respect. No matter what the metric is. But I would like to think that I was. More perceptive towards leakage, and the professional viewers will know what I mean by leakage, and there were no signs. There were none. He was a friendly and happy guy. At least that was his external thing. But yeah, I mean, the numerous car-to-car meetings with him. Going to different, I wasn't close. We weren't close friends or anything. I mean, I would see him outside of work a few times a year at, holiday parties and Christmas or, parties, things like that. And then, he killed himself with a 44 Magnum.
Jeez.
And I was so goddamn mad about that.
Yeah.
I was so angry at Kevin for a long time about that.
Yeah.
But something that really made me angry? Well, it didn't make me angry. I became angry about it. Was some of the commentary from a few people that maybe Kevin was going to hell because he had killed himself. Again, I wasn't a close friend of him, but it affected me more than I thought it would. And I was raised Southern Baptist. I'm not Southern Baptist now. I am a believer in a Christian, but so listen, I don't want to get too deep off into doctrine here or religion, but one of the things that has always bothered me very deeply about both Southern Baptist and Catholicism is that this notion that the people who kill themselves, that that is an instant one-way ticket straight to hell, and I don't think that's right, and it's not biblical, and it's not fair, and I am deeply grateful that our pastor, that our chaplain, who, by the way, is a small man. He's a small and frail man. And he devoted his entire life to being a chaplain to the police department. And yet, when that dude spoke, I mean, this aura just filled the room. I mean, just this power coming out of this guy. And during Kevin's, the funeral and all that, I was terrified when Chaplain Robert Matthews originally brought up. I mean, he just spoke freely about it. And he's like, there's been people saying that Kevin is going to hell because he killed himself. I could not fucking believe that he said that. And I thought, oh my God, he's fixing to say that he did or something. I mean, I just remember thinking, I can't even believe that he's going to address this. And I can't do justice to it here. Chaplain Robert Matthews of the Plano Police Department was exceptionally eloquent and biblical in his explanation for why Kevin did not go to hell. And I'm really glad that happened. I am. And I think that people need to be real careful about what to say. That's all I have to say about that.
You know, one thing, just so anybody's watching, not all the terrible stuff you're going to go through when you're a cop is from cop stuff. Like the divorces and
Yeah. Jesus.
you know, sick kids, and it may be something. We had some folks who had something terrible happen to them, a couple that had something terrible happen to them, had nothing to do with the job, but it was about their kid.
Yes.
And that's one of those ones where it was a bad thing, and something it's not something we could handle. It was something we escalated, and one of those folks from the community wrote a check and took care of it. Said, hey, the first $1,000 is on me. I got you covered. Totally anonymous, no idea. I'm not going to say who it was who wrote the check, or obviously anything else. Yeah. But keep in mind that just because you don't feel your problems or whatever is going on is like, oh, it wasn't a dead kid there, or it wasn't a murder. It's just a personal thing that everybody goes through. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you got a different flu than the kind of flu that we get. You're still sick. You still need help with something.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be this terribly important, dramatic movie kind of a thing. It can be almost anything. The thing is, if it's affecting you and it's hurting you and it's causing you problems, especially if it's going downhill, doesn't matter where it came from. It just matters that you go get help. I don't care where you got your flu. I don't care where you got your cold. Doesn't matter. So,
and it doesn't matter how long it took for you to get it.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter what combination of factors contributed to that over the course of 15 years.
Or one.
Or 6 months, or maybe one event. It just, when somebody is injured, if somebody is physically injured, we never blame that person for being physically injured,
Right.
If somebody has diabetes, and I'm going to say it in the Wilford Brimley style because that's diabetes. The way I like it. If somebody has diabetes, we don't say that. Yeah, that's right. If somebody has diabetes and they need to take insulin, we don't consider that a moral or ethical or mental failure.
No,
right? We don't.
Exactly.
Okay. So, when people are beset by other maladies and other injuries along the way, I don't think it's fair to judge them as if though they've had this weakness or this failing or there's something wrong with that person. And I think we've done a hell of a lot of damage to a lot of good people along the way by making people feel as if though just because you've been injured or because you've got some dents and dings along the way, that you're somehow defective or that you're broken or that you need to be returned to sender or that you need to be discarded. Listen, you can be scarred, you can be dented, you can be injured, and you can still be intact, and you can still be productive, and you can still end up being a healthy individual.
Physically or mentally.
Yeah, I know a certain unit.
That's right.
That shall remain nameless out at Fort Liberty. That when their members of their organization have a traumatic amputation, or they've lost a limb, they've been injured, they can no longer serve in certain more high tempo spots. They have invested so much into those individuals that they find jobs for them at the organization to still stay around, to still add to their part, to still download their expertise. And they are still just as useful to the organization, to people coming through there, not just the main cast of characters, but also all all the support staff. Like,
imagine that institutional knowledge and memory
Exactly.
and ability.
Yeah.
And the ability to counsel and help and assist and
Correct.
and mentor other people coming into the organization. Imagine that. Imagine that shit.
Yeah, you're treated not that you're too broken to keep, but you're treated that you're too valuable to lose. And I think that people need.
Say that again, Duke.
Oh, okay. I just kind of came up with that on the spot.
No, say that again.
You're not treated that like you're too broken to keep. You're treated like you're too valuable to lose.
Wow.
And
imagine that.
Yeah. So going back to establishing rapport with people, like, man, my only blood I've cleaned off my clothes is my own. And probably because I was doing something stupid and trying to fix things that I should have let my wife fix. But when, establishing a rapport when someone calls like, man, I'm thinking about eating my gun because of this, that, and the other, and we had a bad deployment, be like, okay, let's start from there. Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Like
tell me about it.
Yeah. And if you don't want to talk about deployment, let's talk about this. Like,
sure.
You want to hear something good? I like it when I like the guys who have, and ladies too. We've got a really solid component of females in Misfit Toy Society who are really loving, thriving in their, coming into their own, and whether they be divorcees, marriages split up, and husbands were in special operations components or whatever it may be. Man, some of those women have the backbones of absolute titanium crowbars, man. Like, they impress me. Absolutely no end. Like, hey, my husband left me with 4 kids. Called me from deployment, said he doesn't want to be married anymore. I'm like, what do I do? Like, well, we can't fix him right now because he hasn't called me, but you know what? We can sure help you. Yeah. And we can start from there. And so, but going back to from the jump, not like in a really dramatic way of saying, just want you to know you're valuable. No, we just go ahead and act like it's already an obvious thing. Like, of course you're valuable. We're going to sit up as late as we have to talk to you.
If you have to say it, it's
right.
It's
if you have to say it, you don't mean it. Again, like what did you talk about with that? Let's talk about your trauma. How about we not?
Yeah. How about no?
How about this? How about Dougie? I'll turn my put my priest collar on. How about you and I go shoot? And maybe let's go get some barbecue afterwards. And then when you trust me in like 2 or 3 years, then we can talk about something traumatic. But to sit down, hi, how are you? Tell me about your trauma. Hi, how are you? How about no? Yeah. And go pound sand with that noise. So
my running joke, and my wife's too, is that we both tell the same thing.
Is it hard to have hair that looks that good, by the way? Like, do you just walk through life?
No, man.
With that burden?
Look, if
I'm here for you, if you need to talk about having to look that handsome and the burden that you may carry.
Dude, I've traveled oceans of time to get to this point. I used to look like Greg Brady. Man, it was out of control. I mean, it was just wavy and shit.
I'm just going to take this notebook and just cover up your picture so I don't have to deal with resisting jealousy and envy.
Or whatever.
I mean, I'm a beautiful and handsome man myself.
You are.
I like to say, at least I look better than Bryan because he's not here. We can talk behind his back.
Right. But I don't know where you ran off to. So my wife and I have this. I know. His beatus.
Did you say his diabetes? That's not.
No, nice. I say beatus.
Oh, yeah, right. Be right back. Be right back. Beat us.
I was like, he's on a fast. Don't be mean to him. He's doing something about it.
He's on a search for insulin right now. So my wife and I have this running joke.
Did you just fat shame Bryan?
I did.
I'm here if you want to talk about that. Like, I'm here for you.
He might want to.
He's getting some trauma now.
So here's
your running joke with your wife.
Here's a running joke. I'm still married to my first wife.
Man, congrats, bro. That's awesome, especially being a retired officer.
Yeah. Woo. So I am 51 years old. I met my wife when I was 19. and my wife is a little bit older than me, so I'm not saying that I was like, Elle Smooth or anything, but I was.
She was grooming you. I get it.
Yeah, she was grooming. She was 21. She used to buy me beer.
Oh yeah, she was grooming you, buddy.
Yeah. So
hate to break it to you.
I know, man. It's been great. My beautiful, tall Viking shield maiden. She's actually taller than me. Like this big, muscular, like beautiful blonde lady. And man, so which is why my son is playing linebacker in college football right
Bro,
now.
I wanted a tall. I married a tall woman too. I didn't want some weak thing that I'd.
Dude, I'm not scared.
Fragile and broke. No,
I'm not scared of tall, strong women.
You're just scared of one tall, strong woman.
Just one. Well, here's the thing, and I just want to share this with the listeners. So, listen, when you have a relationship, you know what? I'm sitting here looking down, and you know why? Because I'm sitting here messing. Because I'm sitting here like popping this thing. I'm sitting here popping this stupid little thumb drive because it's keeping me like. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
That's your fixation. It's a focus.
Yeah.
Focus
so listen, when you text your wife and you're like, hey, would you mind putting the towel down in the garage and pouring some bleach on it, some bleach and water on it for me, please? Because, when I get home, I need to like step on some bleach water towel for a little bit because I've got brain matter and blood and shit on the bottom of my shoes. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. I'm going to have to literally strip down naked in the garage because the smell of death and literally the stench of death and blood and brain matter and cerebrospinal fluid and shit is on my uniform or my suit or my clothing, depending on your assignment, and, kids are already asleep and all that. I'm not saying there's other jobs that don't have to deal with that kind of stuff, but there's very few. Okay. There's very few also where you've had to deal with that. And then you have to go and you talk to family members and you see their kids and talk to children and this kind of stuff. And man, I guess the point of my little half-ass story here is that it's great. And it's important to have somebody, if you can, and I know not everybody can, it's really great to have somebody at the house who understands what the hell is going on and doesn't question you when you say, would you mind putting a towel down and pour a little bleach and water on it? I'll be home in 20 minutes. And they're like, yeah, I got you. And they know what you're dealing, and they already know what's going on, and they have they got the contractor bag already sitting there ready for you because they know that you're going to have to put all of your clothing into that bag because it reeks of death.
Yep. I don't know whether it was a first wife or a first marriage thing, but almost universally between military marriages and law enforcement marriages, and this also goes to a lot of, because we don't just deal with the two, we deal with also just disenfranchised church folk. I'm not flipping you the bird. That's my third finger.
No, I got you.
But who are just like, man, I want the good stuff without all the weird stuff. Can we do that? I'm like, you're in the right place. Is that somehow on that first go around, they didn't get a spouse who valued them mutually? Or when I say valued,
that happens an awful lot in law enforcement. Yeah,
like either whether it's a lack of respect value, a lack of just you matter to me, a lack of, because she doesn't have to come to work with you and do your job to at least understand the score. Okay, he's seen something awful. He's been involved in something. He's safe. He's letting me know. He's nasty. He needs help cleaning up. No problem. Like that's not hard to do if you're at least having some modicum of mutual value and respect and just picking up on the cues. You know what I mean? Yeah. And a lot of people and listen, a lot of dudes don't get that, like I've been trying to do right by my wife. And I'm like, I understand that. Is she trying to do right by you?
Yeah.
And they're just, I thought that was my job. I'm like, no, it's both your jobs.
No, you're not going to get through this career without this mutual respect and support.
Yeah. Correct.
At least look, that's my experience. I'm not a guru or marriage counselor. I'm just saying I know what's worked for us.
And Matt's Mormon. He's got 7 of them. So,
I'm telling because you got the caffeine going.
See, I actually was wondering if Matt was like some kind of Jack Mormon because he was drinking all the caffeine stuff,
It's Mormon light.
Matt, you don't have to respond to that. Don't comment on my.
It's like he's Episcopalian. He's like Episcopalian. He's Catholic light. It's a same great taste, less filling, or same awful taste, less filling.
Lutherans the same thing. Catholic, yeah.
Yeah. I will say that it looks like I get jealous of his wall. I'm like,
it's a green screen.
I'm like,
That's not true, Matt. You demonstrated that earlier. Physically, you demonstrated that's a filthy lie. That is a filthy lie, Matt.
I've been around long enough that when that I remember when that wall was blank. It's just a nice painting. So he's doing all right.
Yeah, well, it's a different house though.
So how many?
Did you buy the compound? Is that what we're?
Oh my goodness.
Is that the flex? Like, oh my gosh!
Brigham Young would be proud.
Yeah, the painting was at a different house in a different city.
Yeah, I'm in a different city now. I'm in my own zip code. We don't live with we don't live with all my poor rabbits anymore. Hey man, it's a lot of work keeping all those wives happy.
That's right. Well, no, they all have jobs.
Yeah, they all clean your guns. You get row 1, you get row 2, you get row 3, and I want you to go over to the Dillon AeroPress and work the loader. So you get
right.
That Sheila? Is another episode though. If you haven't already done that on spouses,
on polygamy. Oh,
no.
Spouses. Got it.
No, that's goodness.
That's a different channel that Matt has.
Oh
right.
my God! All right.
This one would be serious about this kind of thing for spouses.
No, you're absolutely right, Warren. On a serious note, you're absolutely right.
That's half the problem.
Hey, so this thing with spouses. So one thing that my former agency did do right, and listen, I want to share this with everybody listening because it shocked me, and it takes a hell of a lot to shock me. My former agency put together this spouse program where they asked for spouses of veteran officers to come in and speak to the significant others, boyfriends, girlfriends, and spouses of people that were in the academy.
That's awesome.
And at that time I was a training sergeant at the academy, and so. But here's the deal: we weren't allowed to be in there when this thing happened.
Okay? Oh wow.
Yeah. So these women, like they didn't send in the resumes necessarily, but they sent in kind of a short thing. And my wife ended up being one of the ladies that was selected to come in there and talk to these. And it was mostly women, and she told me later about the reality-based conversations that occurred in there. And there were some other really just super solid, just rock solid women in there, mature women that had put up with a lot of bullshit, women who had lived with cops through some really bad stuff. And listen, I cannot emphasize enough. I'm sitting here on a podcast, so I wish I could reach out and touch y'all, because I want people to understand. It really weirded me out how insightful my own wife was, and how she surprised me with how accurate she was with her observations and her advice for other spouses and girlfriends, of incoming cops. And it wasn't just her, it was the other ladies as well. But in having that conversation, my wife ended up telling me about things that she had seen happen to me that I had almost forgotten about. And she ended up telling me about things that she had seen me go through that I didn't necessarily think were all that important, or and I know the word trauma is very popular these days, or perhaps they weren't important or traumatic or significant. But then to hear her tell it back to me, 10 years later, and telling me, do you remember the time that you came home and you had actually had bone fragments on, and she's like, and you didn't remember that? You didn't realize that you had bone, that the all that white gritty shit on your uniform was actually bone fragments? You don't remember that?
Yeah.
And, you know, stuff like that. Or she said you came home and you said that you had seen this, and that. And please don't misunderstand. I didn't come home and tell stories about everything that I saw or did or experienced. Sure. Okay. Because I tried to spare her from that. Sure. And yet, despite my reluctance to share things, she was remarkably perceptive and had picked up on some of these things. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make to anybody is that please don't discount the things that your wives or your husbands or your significant others pick up along the way, and they are oftentimes just surprisingly perceptive. And you know, it's kind of funny. Sometimes it takes an outside observer. It takes an outside disinterested or maybe interested third party to see that you've just experienced something that's very significant, very real.
Correct.
And they're seeing these things happen to somebody they love or care about. And maybe you're not always aware of, you know, the forging and tempering that you're going through this fire, but the person that you live with and who loves you they are aware of what you're going through. And
dude, it was a great day in my life when I started listening to my wife.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
And it took me, I'd like to act like that was year one. It was kind of closer to year 20. But I was like, well, you told me to. And she's like, you mean you listened to me?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yeah. And she's like,
yeah,
finally. And I was like, I know you're smarter than me. It just took me a minute to like admit it.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to know that.
I mean, we all know that. I just didn't want to like, you know, like I tell you all the time you're smarter than me. She's like, well, then why don't you listen to me? It's like, I don't know. You know,
yeah.
Like, I'm working on
I'm a boy.
Yeah, because I'm a
boy and we're dumb.
I'm a dude. Like I know
big
you're
boy.
Smart. Like I know you're smart. You don't need to flex. And so she just rolls her eyes, but she's right. And I would say this, that if your spouse is treating you like, hey, listen, not everybody's spouse has their best intentions at heart, and that's unfortunate, but that's you know, that's life in the big city. But if your spouse is proven trustworthy and capable, and that you can, you know, lean on their perspective, you know, in 75% of the other things in your life, if you're on the job, whether, you know, le.gov, whatever, and they're making suggestions that you don't want to listen to, hey, for the sake of peace in the house, at least hear them out.
Yeah, just listen. Sometimes
no one said you had to do it, but
just be quiet and listen.
But I do know this from, I mean, I may not be the sharpest tool in the drawer, but I can cut some cheese. No pun intended. But hey, if my wife's trying to give me advice that she's passionate about and she means it and she's sincere and all she's trying to do is look out for me, the very least I could do is like, okay, I hear what you're saying. Tell me what you mean by that. Oh, and God forbid I pull out my phone and start taking some notes and say like, hey, I'm just putting some notes down here, or, you know, jot a note down, like to actually actively listen. I mean, be smart, score some points. You know what I mean? Like hear her out.
So
you've got to remember that you can't go home with that. Hey, I just dealt with a dead kid, and everything you're trying to talk to me about is stupid.
Correct.
No, you can't do that. That's not right.
That's
Warren,
what we
you're
want to do.
Oh my God.
That's what we want to do. I don't care about the drapes. I don't care about the drapes. I just dealt with this horrible thing.
I don't give a shit about the sprinkler system.
I'm doing is so much more important than what you have going on. That's not real. And I'm thankful that my wife was a cop for a little while. Matt's lucky. Matt's lucky because he has all those different wives. He can.
Well, yeah, and then also he's got rotate. The healing.
One for each, like Matt, Monday, Tuesday,
I'm
Wednesday.
Sorry, this is happening to you.
Normal day.
I was never gonna bring this joke up, but somebody else did.
Hey, so
I have no choice. I'm on her
out. Brian's fault.
So we're talking about wives. I want to share a couple of points, not necessarily complete or intelligent points, but so I'm going to tell two just very very quick
doggone it, at least you're going to look handsome while you share it.
When I was still
I'm
in the
starting
SWAT,
to get upset.
when I was yeah, I know. So when I was still in the SWAT team, there was this dude,
my gosh, handsome man SWAT. I gotta go.
So there was this dude. There was this dude that was on the SWAT team that was like this great guy, man. I mean, he was just like Captain America, right? I mean, just a great dude. I mean, he's one of those guys that, like, if the ages were different, you would want your daughter to marry this guy. He's that
Chris Seipert.
He's that kind of guy, right?
Talk about pretty. Jeez.
So he's dating this girl who is beautiful, right? And she's a few years younger than him. And I mean, she is, and keep in mind, this is internet exists. Okay. I don't know if Instagram and all that shit was available, but the internet already exists, but we didn't have this epidemic of Instagram influencers at that time yet. So this girl that he's, and she's, you know, well endowed, great looking. I mean, it's like every check box, all this shit. Well, you know, so she comes to this party that a friend of ours every year would throw this great Christmas party. And here's the thing about the Christmas party. It was definitely almost a family friendly, couple friendly Christmas party. This is not some crazy ass drunken frat party thing, right? Well, the wives all talk. And this woman said something that really, I mean, it was rough. It was bad. And this girl seemed all friendly, but I'm going to just say right here on this podcast, I always got a bad vibe off of her. I just felt like there was something wrong. And then my wife and my best friend's wife told us that she said in private with the other wives, or with a couple of the wives, not all of them, the ones I guess that she deemed to be better looking. She said, you know, all these SWAT guys are so good looking. I would have thought that they would have better looking wives. And nice. You're like, oh my God. And then apparently she had even like maybe said something about, I mean, oh my God, Becky, look at her over there. And had referenced a couple of like specific women. Well, those specific women that she had referenced were some of the most rock solid and most respected women on this of guys on the SWAT team. And you're like, bitch, who do you think you're talking to here? You know, so she was kind of like a progenitor, an early like Instagram influencers. Like, I'm sorry, are these women not what? They're not good enough looking for you, you know? Well, then we didn't say anything to Joe about it at the time because we're not looking to destroy their relationship. Well, then later he ends up telling us. So I shared a couple of things with her, and then she was like, oh my God, are you really dealing with that? I mean, is that really a problem for you? And he's like, well, I don't know. I had to shoot a guy, you know, I was in a gunfight. I shot a guy, and then his wife was standing there watching me as I was like trying to do CPR on him. Yeah. It kind of weirded me out a little bit, darling. Yeah. I'm sorry, you know?
Yeah.
You know? And then she was like, what, you know, and her whole attitude was just kind of like, why can't you be one of the beautiful people, Joe? And, you know, I mean, I think all these other people and these women are like all way too concerned about, you know, and anyway, he kicked her to the curb eventually, and that was great. But I guess the point.
And then Bryan married her.
And Bryan married her. I guess the point I guess the point I'm trying to make, though, is that you need to be damn careful about the people that you're entering into a relationship with, and do they understand what they're getting into? If they're going to have a relationship with a cop, a police officer, a first responder, because this shit gets gritty sometimes.
Emotional survival for law enforcement for us, and bolts in the wash machine for them.
I will be right back.
So what did I miss? I'm
Nothing.
sorry.
We've been nothing. We've been just waiting.
Don't bother rewatching it because it's nothing about you in there. Don't worry.
We've been discussing the loopholes of the Mormon faith, and
Yes.
Well, I wonder if that wouldn't be another episode to have to talk about the wives or anything.
The loopholes of
God.
the Mormon faith. Yes.
Boy, we would
other
get
one.
some blowback from the wives one because there would be some like, oh, you should have told me that.
Don't we get blowback
Or
now?
we could get some of the wives on.
Ooh,
Yeah. Ooh,
The good ones.
Mine would do it.
look at you with the big ideas, big brain.
I'm telling you,
Like
man.
I tell you what, get Doug's wife on here. We'll probably be all like, tell us more stories.
Yeah, about his hair.
Mrs. Doug. Yeah.
Now lock him out of the room though, because we want to hear the good stuff.
Dude,
Right.
that is like total. Like when I met her, I was like, oh my God, you are the yin to that. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're the most down to earth, friendly, nicest, Doug's very put together, like I love Doug. I consider him a very good friend, but I was like, I totally get it. They have a great, and I meet her we're going on date night.
Are you saying she's a slob?
Long. No, I'm saying like it was a total.
Doug, we're talking about your wife.
Like,
Yeah, my wife's a horrible slob. I'm sorry.
No, we really are talking about your wife.
But it was just funny. Like I was telling people, I was like, wow, she's funny and like outgoing and nice. And Doug's very put together and stoic. And I got to crack the shell when I'm around it now. But
Shit.
And the cool thing was, it was like, hey, I'd love to stay here and party, but me and my wife, it's date night. And I was like, awesome.
Yeah.
And they were going to the Silver Fox, which just put the freaking icing on the cake for me and for Trish.
Doug, how'd you come up with that name for your restaurant that you started?
Shut up. That's been around a long time. So listen, here's the thing. Damn, I didn't think I was going to talk about relationship stuff, but here's the deal. And I would urge other cops to do the same thing as my wife and I have. Okay. So we have a couple of rules about arguing or fighting with each other. Okay.
Never go to bed angry.
Well, that's a great one. The number one thing
In theory.
the number one thing, do not ever insult each other. Don't ever call each other names.
That's correct.
Don't insult each other.
Correct.
That's unwritten.
Yeah. Okay. So, and because I've lost count of the number of cops and friends and colleagues who have done that kind of shit. Okay. Look, I'm not going to name any names. I got a good friend of mine. His wife burned the shit out of him with an iron one time in the middle of a fight. Threw cans of Campbell's soup at him in the middle of a fight. Okay. We don't do that shit. We don't insult each other. We don't call each other names, no matter how angry we get. That's the rule that we have. Okay. The other thing is that we maintain an open dialogue and a conversation, no matter how upset or angry we become about things. And just those two things alone, about willingness to have a dialogue and an ongoing conversation, no matter how late it gets. And the understanding we never insult each other personally, ever. It's amazing how far you can get with just that right there. I've done a lot of stupid shit. I've done a lot of stupid shit, and I've thought and said and done a lot of stupid things along the way. I'm 51 years old now. I'm thinking
I'm throwing that in my face, dude. I'm serious.
I'm just now starting to figure things out. I mean, I wish I had the maturity that I have right now. Oh my goodness, I would have given $1 million to have the same.
I tell you what, man, my 40s were a do-over for my 30s, and I'm looking at 50 in just a couple years, and it's like,
yeah,
I can now learn. Now I can get to do in my 50s what I relearned in my 40s from what I should have done in my 30s.
Yeah,
from wasting my 20s.
And there's been an awful lot of vicarious learning for me.
Yeah,
from watching my friends and colleagues and frankly, listen, I know this sounds weird. I don't want to use the word enemies. I don't like that word, but dudes that I didn't particularly like or care for,
Hey,
and
man.
who probably didn't like or care for me. Okay. And you know, here's the deal. They may have had some valid reasons for not liking or caring for me either.
For sure.
But you can learn things from people that you don't care about. You can learn things from dudes that you don't like or care for. Again, that vicarious learning, you're like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that, dude.
Hey, man,
Probably-
if you're not learning from people around you, including the people you don't like, you're not paying close enough attention. Like, some people just exist in your life to be a teaching point. You know what I mean?
My wife is bringing me an old fashioned,
And it's free.
Good Lord.
My wife is wearing a Dolly Parton T-shirt.
Hey,
She doesn't.
But while you were gone, we did have a
That's
real
such
discussion.
A flex. That is
Yeah.
such a
Like
flex.
I like you, girl.
Do you think it would be feasible that she could be on a future episode?
Hey, Vanessa,
Seriously.
come in here. Come back. So
Please.
they're asking,
please, dude.
Is it? I'm sorry.
I would,
I mean, when
I
you
would
got hair that
definitely
hand-
ask Trish
Hey,
just
they're-
to see if
so
I could watch
seriously,
it.
They're asking, is it feasible that you might want to be on a future episode?
As a spouse of
He
a
says it depends.
officer.
Maybe.
Okay.
She, as a spouse, I told them about your work with the whole spouse program, and how you told those women some of the most valuable information. But on top of that, I told them about how you said shit to me afterwards that I had never heard you say in my life, and I thought it was exceptionally important and valuable.
Deep and insightful.
You are deep and insightful. Damn right you are.
Hey, Doug, I just want to know how dinner at the Silver Fox went.
It was
Because-
badass, dude. It was badass. It was
Yes.
great. That's the other thing. I go on dates with my wife, and that's the other thing. I want other cops to do that.
Go with your wife.
Go do it. I'll go. We go
I can't
on
afford
dates together.
Matt's
Look,
like, which
even
one
if
do
you
I
just
pick?
even if you just go for an ice cream,
No, I thought
man.
he wants me to go with his wife.
Oh, with you, Matt. Matt, we'll go on a date, Matt. Next time, you're
Oh
in
my
Utah.
gosh.
You're in Utah, right? Where are you in Utah?
Way north by Logan.
Okay.
Just under Idaho.
Oh,
So-
yeah, that's way the
Not
hell
the
up
cool
there.
Jeep
Okay,
parts.
all
It's,
right.
it's halfway
green.
to Thunder Ranch.
That's
Oh, my
halfway. I think he's right there. I'm
I
gonna ask about
I
that.
know, dude. That drive to Thunder Ranch from Texas is so far. Let me tell you. I did say. By the way, Matt, I did say in Utah. I mean, that's like, I don't know if it's halfway or 3/4 back, but it's a long damn ways.
Oh, I
North
bet.
America is a big continent.
Yeah.
Hey, so seriously, y'all, go on dates with your wife or your husband, your significant other. Okay. Intentionally carve out time to go on dates with them. Here's the other thing. Have a drink with your wife. If you're into alcohol or whatever, you can have a drink or two and have a meaningful and serious conversation with your wife. And you can look, it doesn't make, I'm going to be very blunt here for a minute, Matt. It doesn't mean you're a pussy. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. Okay. There's been a hell of a lot of other dudes that have slayed dragons and killed warlords and done all kinds of cool shit. And they also cry and they're worried about things and they're worried about their kids. And they have this guilt and doubt and shame about things that probably isn't their burden to carry. But it's okay to talk to. If you can't be honest with your wife, then who the hell can you be honest with, man?
Yep.
I mean, I'm not saying you got to tell her all of your fears and worries and all that, but maybe you can. And you know what? I mean, you can rely on her. I mean, shit, you're supposed to be this, this cleaving thing together, and you're supposed to be this unit and a team. And that's the deal, is my wife and I are a team. And there was a time in my career where I used to go and rather drink with the boys and do other shit. And that was wrong and it was stupid. My wife and I are a team, and that's why we make dates with each other and we go and do cool shit with each other and we go to concerts together.
I'm going to give you a pro tip, Doug.
Yes, sir.
Solo stove.
Oh, so Vanessa got me one of those, dude. She got me one of those for Christmas, and it's kick ass. It is badass. And
So
yeah,
I bought one specifically because, like, being retired, like I'm constantly on the go, and I bought one and I had it delivered to Trisha's house because I have a condo, you know, and you can't have open flame.
Yeah.
And then I bought lawn chairs, and she's like, "What is this? Like, all these chairs just showed up," and I'm like, "Here's the deal. Like, at least one day a week,
Fire TV.
I'm gonna light a fire. We'll grab a cocktail. I even bought the zero gravity chairs.
Yeah.
And I was like, that way, you know, I'm on a budget now, so I can't afford. We can't afford to go like
You're at a fixed income.
I'm on a fixed income now. And what I can't write off in additional expenses, but one of the things, like the first night we sat out there, and I'm talking like we talked till like midnight.
Yeah.
And there was just something about it. Like,
It's badass, isn't it?
it is. And I do make a point, like every week that we're together. I need to marry this woman, by the way. I'm telling on myself, but
Yeah, you do.
She's a great person, dude.
she's awesome. And I mean, there are things that I tell her that I will never tell anyone else.
And why shouldn't there be? Why shouldn't that be your relationship with her?
And here's my big confession after, 21 years of cop work and 2 divorces. This is the first real relationship I've ever been in ever. Wow. And that's another thing I will tell you with cops and trauma. You will see new women. It's the same gal. You can just change the name.
That's exactly right.
Over. And
oh my God, that's exactly
Daryl
right.
and I have a very, very good friend who told him, who all remain nameless because the advice is important, and he would probably rather be kept, just discreet.
Yeah.
He said after his wife passed away, our mutual friend, he said, I dated a lot of women who would have been great wives, but I just wasn't there. I wasn't able to recognize them for what they were. And listen, maybe campfire TV isn't somebody's jam. I found out and realized that my wife would rather. It took me a long time to realize why she wasn't responding to the things that I like to give her, because she didn't like them. She didn't like flowers. She doesn't like cards. She's like, I throw them away and the flowers die. Like, how is that a gift?
Dude,
but
this is a Gun Dude podcast. Can you switch to like ammo?
But she, what she loves? She loves when I cook. She's like, make me a meal. I'm like, hey, you got it.
That's
so
great, man.
Every morning, like her love language, she's like, man, you want to like make my world go round. She's like, make me a good meal or bring me home food. And I was like, okay. So every morning, we have instead of campfire TV, we have kitchen TV, and we have tea and coffee and breakfast around the kitchen bar. And that's how our day starts every day. And
that's great.
We don't feel like the day really got underway until we get that. And so find your thing. And as far as trust goes, maybe some people out there are like, I'd like to turn things around with my wife, and I'd like to begin to open up to her. Well, don't do Noah's flood of all the, what did Hannah say? And
don't buy a bunch of pets.
Just marry a bunch of wives, Matt. But don't do like, but don't do like Vincent Hanna said in Heat, like, how about I tell you about when that junkie fried a baby in the microwave, Justine? How about we dispel all that heinous?
Don't do that.
No. How about just let her in with your day, see how she reacts, begin to bring her in, begin to like invest some trust in her. Yeah. I guarantee you it'd be like water on a plant as far as like she will. And maybe y'all haven't had the best relationship, but you could just, if you start, my wife and I, we've argued before and stopped in the middle of it and been like, you know what? We're treating each other like we're not even friends. Let's just at least give each other the courtesy of talking to each other like we're friends.
Hey,
that's right. And
Duke,
stop.
I gotta tell you, I got the phrase cathartically dispel all that heinous shit from Vincent Hanna, who sits right over my right shoulder.
That's badass.
I heard that in that.
I had that same damn exactly the same work of art. I just haven't put in a frame yet.
Well, but that's where I got that phrase. And I got to tell you, little things you pick up through life.
Yes, sir.
Like I heard that line in a movie.
Yeah,
and
but it's real.
My first wife and I was like, we're like Noah's flooding her with stuff one night.
Yeah.
And I'm like, tell me all about how I want to talk to you about this stuff so I can cathartically dispel all this heinous shit.
Yes.
I said that. And I was like, I just stole that from the movie Heat. Yeah. I don't even know what the word cathartic means. And I had to go and look it up. And I use that phrase a lot because there's a lot of stuff you pick up in whether it's police work, military, first responder, ambulance, fire truck, whatever. There is a lot of heinous stuff.
Yes.
And if you don't cathartically dispel it and get rid of it.
Yes.
My buddy Greg that I talked earlier, Greg Giltner, I'll throw his name under the bus because that dude is a solid gold human being. There is a Saint Greg Giltner in heaven somewhere in the future. He told me one time, he's like, if you don't get rid of that stuff, he goes, you ever held up a glass of water? And I'm like, where are you going? And he goes, well, if you hold an empty glass out there and I pour water in it, how long is it before you're like, crap, that's really heavy. I need to pour some of it out. And he goes, you spend an entire career in law enforcement filling that cup up. And if you don't empty it out in some way, you're either doing cocaine off a stripper's butt or doing something stupid.
Oh my God.
And I've watched guys walk that path over and over and over. And I'm like, bro, if you had just emptied the cup a little bit, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation.
Oh my God. Brian, dude, that is really weird that you're saying that because, so I got to a point in my career. And Duke, you talked a little bit about this whole caretaker thing and the weight that caretakers have to take on. So Brian, oh my God. So I remember I got to a point in my career where guys that I didn't even know that well would come and talk to me. They're like, hey, LT, so-and-so told me to come talk to you because you used to work over here or work in this unit. And so I'm having trouble. And they said that I can come talk to you. And so I would take them seriously because I should, right? It's like Colin Powell talked about, whether you're actually interested or not, you need to show the troop that you're serious about talking to them and listening to them. And so at the same time, though, in our careers, you have somebody come in and they're like, hey, would you hold this weight for me? It's only 2.5 pounds. It's a little 2.5 pound disc. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I mean, guys that lift weights, you know what I mean. It's a 2.5 pound disc. It's a little wafer. Would you mind holding this for me? It's become too heavy for me to carry. And you're like, shit, yeah, man, I'll carry that for you. It's no problem, man. No, yeah, come on. I got it. I got this for you. And then somebody else comes in your office a little bit later and they're like, hey, this is what's happening. And this is what's going on. Would you hold this for me? And you're like, shit, yeah, I'll hold it for you. I'll carry this for you. Come back and get it when you're ready. And so 9 months later, what you find out is you're carrying 300 pounds that don't belong to you.
Yeah.
And that happened to me. That happened to me in my career. And I could not figure out at that moment, why am I so damned angry? Why am I so irritable? Why do I have this sense of obligation? And why do I feel and again, my wife, I'm going back to my wife, and she's like, why are you putting up with this shit? Why are you carrying this shit around, Doug. And I'm like, well, because they asked me to, Vanessa, because they asked me to. And I told them I would. And so I will. And I'm going to carry it and I'm going to do this shit. And she's like, yeah, but you have me and you have 2 kids that love you and you have other shit that you got to work on. I'm just asking you to maybe stop and think about, are you sure you're carrying the right load here?
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is that I wasn't carrying the right load. I was carrying a load for a hell of a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Some of whom needed help. Okay. I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. Some of those people definitely needed serious help. And a certain portion of those people should have just picked up their own shit and carried it. But they came to see me because I'll speak the fucking truth and because I'm willing to carry them and help them along the way. And I made a mistake with some of those people in helping them to carry a load that they should have been carrying themselves. And so as I said, now I'm carrying 300 pounds that don't belong to me.
Yeah. And you don't know what to do with it.
And I don't know. Yes, Duke. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So now when some son of a bitch at a restaurant comes up and starts talking about foul, and this is a real world example, it's not a hypothetical. When a group of people at a restaurant are talking about truly reprehensible and disgusting porno shit in front of my 12-year-old daughter, and I lose my fucking mind because I'm a family man sitting in a restaurant and I'm listening to people who don't care about any type of social mores or social standards talking about the most horrific shit in front of my 12-year-old daughter at that time. And I lose my mind and I'm ready to start snapping necks and cashing checks.
Right.
And you're like, hey, dude, have you ever thought about the fact that maybe the reason you're ready to start snapping necks is because all these other fucking people asked you to carry all of their weight for the last year?
No kidding.
Yeah.
And dude, that's a hard realization to come to. And listen, I'm being brutally honest right here on a public podcast about that. I mean, what do y'all think about that?
Go ahead, Dr. John Fever.
I think Matt probably needs to wind it down pretty quick.
Sure.
Yeah. Gotta take off. Gotta wrap it up.
I apologize, Matt.
We need to continue.
This thing's gone on a long time. I don't even know if we got to the point.
What we can do is we can do the quick close up and leave it running. And I go upstairs and take care of whatever. And you guys can continue. I've done that in the past and it works really well.
Okay. I'm
record
sorry.
It, don't record it. I don't care. But I get it. You need to bail, bro. And we don't need to keep you any longer.
But so far, some of the topics that have been brought up, I'm saying additional episodes. This is just such good stuff.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So let's for right now, let's get some quick closing remarks, plugs. I'll do my wrap up, and then I'll leave it running for you guys to keep on talking if you'd like.
All right.
So, Doug,
listen, rely on your family as much as you're able to. Okay. If you have a good family and support system, please rely on it. They love you and you love them, and trust that they have your best interests at heart. And then secondarily, trust that your true friends, your real friends, also have your best interests at heart, and go and talk to those people. It's okay to bare yourself and share things with them. And you might be amazed, just talking to a friend, a true friend, can oftentimes have the exact same benefit as talking to a licensed professional counselor or a psychologist. Okay. Go and talk to your friends and be honest.
That's a solid point. That's a solid point.
That's all I have.
Padre.
I'll say this, that you're not meant to, you're not a pack mule, and that human beings weren't meant to carry the weight of others' anxieties, problems, cares, least of all their own. But, you know, the weight of the world, the cares of the world, those things add up. And Bryan made a great statement earlier. Until we make a decision to deal with them, they're just going to hang around, and they're just going to get worse. To make that final plug, we every Friday night on Misfit Toy Society on Instagram, we do a Friday live. We call it the Weekend Safety Brief. Come hang out, check us out. If you like our vibe, we have other resources. We have podcasts. We have training courses online that are available for free on our website, misfittoysociety.com. Maybe we're your cup of tea, and maybe you like our vibe. So check us out, and if we can help you, you can email us, DM us, or PM us, and write us and let us know if you need some help.
Cool.
Amen.
Enid PD.
All right. I didn't get to a fraction of my stuff. And I knew that,
we can have a part two.
I knew we weren't, because this was going to be the first time I ever met Duke, but just from the messages pre-show,
I didn't know who you were.
I knew that was going to be. Yeah, I think you probably did, and you're just afraid.
That's right.
Of my celebrity. That's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry I basked in your glow, Warren.
Yes, thank you. I could see the glow.
Yeah, man.
So no, that's it's a really good panel, and everybody kind of flows, and it's fun to talk to you guys. My big deal is on this is this is an officer survival issue.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding.
And that comes from this is more dangerous than anything else to our finances, to our marriage, to our emotional. This stuff's more important than anything else we deal with, but we don't take it as seriously. So do those things. Don't make this all your life. Don't make cop job your entire life. Don't do that up front. I did that, and believe me, you're going to get screwed more than one time in law enforcement. And that is what happens when you don't have anything left and you haven't invested in your family and your friends and that kind of thing. So that's where I'm going to go with this one. Check me out on Police One. I'm teaching a little bit on the side. I don't get any points for if you guys hit me up on Police One. Doesn't do me any good at all, but I just enjoy the fact that somebody maybe got something out of it. I do a lot of this kind of stuff on there. So please look me up and do that. And just take care of yourself and your family, and be smart, and let's do this again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also have one with spouses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bryan with a Y.
Dr. Johnny Fever.
On
That's
Wolf
great.
107.
No, WKRP.
WKRP and
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh man, you're harkening back to my
As
childhood.
God is my witness.
I
thought turkeys could fly.
So
I love it.
two things. I like, number one, go buy a new Colt. They're as good as they're ever going to be. No, kidding.
Such a chill.
This, I wish they'd pay me. This whole podcast, man, like a bunch of the panelists opened their soul. Yeah. And I'll tell you, the mental health thing, there's 4 things you got to have in balance: mental, physical, emotional, spiritual health. It's all got to be there. I hearken it back to Colonel Cooper's combat triad: mindset, marksmanship, and gun handling. With the advent of tactics, I go, emotional, mental, and physical health, with the advent of spiritual health over there on the side. There's this is me getting deep into the weeds real quick, but aside from all you can check me out on off duty, on duty, and all these other things, bottom line is, if you don't have those things in balance, your life's going to be chaos. One of the reasons I'm doing a little 3-day fast here is because physically there's something out of balance, and I got to figure it out. So
heck yeah.
And I'm not being contrite about that. I'm not, well, dude, I'm one of these health dude bros. No, man, something's not right. So
I like brisket, but I need a reset.
Exactly. I ate like a dumpster fire on the road with DB, and something's not right. So, and if you're a young cop coming into the job, it's just a job. If you're an old cop that's walking away from the job, they'll post your position before your ass leaves the door.
Heck yeah.
Or you're buried.
Right. That's
Don't
right.
get married. Don't get married to it. Invest your time, your
Don't make it your whole
resources.
personality either.
Exactly.
If it ever gets taken away from you, you feel like you've already died, and that's not accurate.
We
Yeah.
leave a legacy with our family, not with some horse shit at a police job.
Yep. It's a job. I told somebody, I said, you know the difference between you and a garbage collector? I'm like, what? They probably got a better pension, but whatever. But all that to say, if you're
solid.
You got to be invested in your relationships, and they can't all be police work. All those dudes, I see those dudes working 35, 40 years, and I get their death announcements every day.
Mm-mm.
One of the reasons I left the job at 21 years is I realized how much of me it had consumed.
Yes.
And I was like, that ain't me. Like, when people think of Bryan with a Y, it's, yeah, that's that funny dude that used to be a cop. It's like, yeah, I'd rather live with that than I would. That dude he was hell on earth. I would much rather be able to go, yeah, I had a stable family, stable marriage,
Yes.
kids, than I ever would. And he was the best cop ever walking. Yeah.
I know an awful lot of great cops
Yep.
whose kids were in deep shit and in lots of trouble.
Because
And I even know a great cop whose kid went to prison and his wife left him. And I know many other great cops whose wives left them and their lives are shit.
Correct.
And I'm thinking, what is the cost of being a great cop? You know?
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting you.
No worries, man.
I'm just like, dude, if you're a great cop, but your family goes to shit, then what are you really doing?
I would rather be known as a great dude than a great cop.
Absolutely.
I'd rather be known as a guy that people could, yeah, man, when I was at my lowest low, man, I called that guy and he helped me out. Then
Absolutely.
I would be like,
have some great sponsors.
What's that?
I'd like to have some great sponsors, like primary and secondary. Because Matt's got to punch. Matt's got to punch out, but he's got to hit the sponsor stuff first.
But Matt needs to punch out. And,
I'm sorry, Matt.
And
support those sources that you found to be beneficial. That's a number one thing to say. Big thanks to Big Tex Ordnance, Overwatch Precision, Filster, Primary Arms, Walther. Lastly, Patreon subscribers. If you want to help support the network, go to patreon.com/primary and secondary. From there, there's all kinds of resources you get. We have 736 different Facebook groups, a forum, a website, all kinds of stuff for your use. This episode isn't done yet. It's going to keep. I made that number up. It's the same one I always use, though. But yeah, this episode is not done. It's continuing. I'm just taking off. So if you're listening and you think it's done, it's not. So don't turn off the episode. As a matter of fact, we will probably also have continual episodes based off of today's discussion. I got to take off, though. I'm going to leave this rolling. Take it away, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
See you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
When we last left our heroes, Doug was about to mention something along the lines. You were saying something that involved. You remember what you were saying? Go ahead.
No, what are you talking about? I don't even remember. I don't know what I was talking about.
Hey, man, I missed like 30 minutes of the episode. I had to take like a semi-business call right in the middle of it. So you guys need to listen to me. No,
what was I saying, Duke? That
I got all concerned about Matt there for a second. But you were in the middle of talking about but you were still talking about taking cares and taking on weight and how it was
from the cup.
The caretaker.
Well, the fact is that developing the skill of we can listen, but we don't have to. I heard an old pro ministers say, just kind of like being in police work, the higher you go. I heard the similar thing from an old retired commando. He said, I'm doing the same thing as a sergeant major of a troop that I was doing as an E2 as a ranger. I just have a whole lot of other things added in, but I'm still shooting, moving, and communicating. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But this old minister, he said this, he said, I had to learn to separate the pressure from the problem. The problem is just a set of tasks that I need to make decisions about. The pressure is voluntary. Am I going to let this anxiety load down my mind to where I become non-functional, or am I going to make an on-purpose decision to say, nope, in his case, he'd say, I'm giving all of that to God because I am not wired to carry that weight. I don't have, just as another thing, I'll give you, for instance, my grandmother, she had a book that they found after she took her own life. They found a book in her credenza that was
are you
filled.
Serious?
Listen,
Duke, are you serious?
My grandmother, she had a book of all the things that people had done, that she'd written down date and time, and they ranged from forgot to call me back all the way up to, some kind of perceived slight. They were all the lists of grudges that she would carry, that she was carrying against friends and family. And she would go through it and read it and rehearse it and stay mad and carry those grudges.
Oh my goodness.
That's voluntary, but it also led to a complete debilitation of her body and a breakdown of her mental capacity, to the point where, of course, she ended up taking her own life. It was really a big surprise, and it was tragic. It was unnecessary, but it was voluntary because she didn't make the right decisions about what she was taking in versus what she was giving, not letting in. Thinking back to Brian's statement about working near OU Medical Hospital and Children's Hospital and everything.
Every primary call on that shit. I mean, Brian, nobody wants to be the guy working the beat where the primary hospital is.
I loved it.
Oh,
dude, I loved it. And that was a hard thing to come to terms with, because I spent my last about 5 years in bike patrol.
Yeah.
And 2 years of it was on nights where I'm like fighting drunk 20 somethings. And I was like, the old man still got it. And then I came to the point where I was like, I can't deal with this anymore. Like, I need to go to day shift and hug babies and pass out stickers, man.
Yeah.
But that when I was working in that environment where I'm dealing with molested kids and all this stuff.
We're not being recorded right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on.
But it is.
Yeah.
But
it is being recorded?
Yes.
When I was
shit.
And he doesn't edit, by the way. So
he does. He does a good job.
He's not going to edit anything you say.
Nothing is edited.
So Doug,
everything is on the record.
When I was
make
dealing,
sure you put your pants back on.
So, right.
That's why
Doug dresses up for these. I don't. But
that's why you do.
When I was
I put this down before I walk out.
When I was dealing with that every day, day in, day out.
Yeah.
After I went and saw my EMDR dude, there were several times like I would read the call information on the data screen.
Yeah.
And on the way, I would flip open the phone. I'd be like, bro, we need to get an appointment quick, because this is going to be a bad one.
Fuck.
And I make the joke, like, I tell Trish every time I go and have an appointment, she'll always go, did you schedule a follow-up? And for like a year, I didn't.
Right.
And then now I just go, Trish is going to be pissed if I don't schedule a time. So I'm going to do it for her. And I'm pretty open with that. There are a lot of dudes in our circle that are not.
Yeah.
And I suggested before I left, I was like, man, you guys need to have a whole segment of in-service training or something on changing that narrative.
Yeah.
And as much as they did, I think it was kind of ill-fated. But I used to, like, my last like 8-10 years training recruits to shoot and all this, man, I would have a conversation with them at some point. I'd be like, hey man, like there's 3 of you standing here. One of you is going to be in a shooting in the next 8 to 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do, call me. Mm-hmm. Like, just call me. Like, hey, call me and tell me how great you did.
Right.
Or not. Or call me and be like, hey,
how'd you feel about it? How did you feel about it? What'd you think about it?
Exactly. And, and I have a couple that I'm very near and dear to that have been in multiple shootings. And it was just like, I just need to be big brother and go, hey, look, I never gotten an officer involved, but did anything I said to you change your mindset or your performance or anything? And I got a lot of good feedback from that. But, but the other part of it was, hey, cool, you did good. But now the second battle's getting ready to start. That's the one up here.
And you need to protect yourself.
I'm telling you, that one is way worse than anything you're going to go through there.
The reason I had brought up Bryan working at the hospital is we all need a mental triage station as far as deciding what external or even in our own personal life, what we're going to let take up residence in our minds and what we're not. And that we need to realize that it is voluntary. Like we can decide like, nope, I'm not carrying that one more day. You don't have to be, some people call it super religious. You don't have to have some sort of like, what do you call it? Moral oral? Was that a cartoon on Cartoon Network?
Yeah.
You don't have to, rule like that to be able to at least have some mental peace and quiet. I was reminded of that segment in the book Gates of Fire about the Spartans, which conveniently left out the child rape, but I digress.
Right.
But when the older Spartan warrior, who was the mentor to the protege, went home to his sanctuary, like it was hidden in a hedge, his wife kept it up, and there was no trace of warfare inside of it. And I think about that often as far as like our minds are a sanctuary. And we're deciding every day what you should be. And we're deciding every day what gets access to that and what does not. And you are not, like, to go back to what Doug said, you are not wrong if you don't want something taking up you are under no obligation to let someone or someone's problem or something you saw or some heinous thing that happened on the job take up residence there. Of course you're going to think about it. That's not wrong either. But you don't have to let it stay there and be like a boogeyman in your brain for the next 40 years of your life.
I got to tell you, like, the biggest struggle I've had being retired and being in the quasi instructor realm of like, you're a firearms instructor or whatever. Like, to me, all that stuff, it's cool. I make a little money doing it, whatever. But I get real offended by people that have never cleaned someone else's blood off of them, telling me, well, you know what I would do. And some of those people I found, like I found I was letting some of them live in my head rent free.
Yes.
And my dear buddy, Caleb Giddings, I love Caleb. He's a dear friend. He's a good friend.
Where is he from? Don't derail too much, but where's he from? What's his deal?
Well, he's an Air Force firearms instructor, and he's got a pretty extensive background.
Seems like a solid dude.
He is, and we were having dinner about a couple weeks ago, and he's like, you can kind of be a polarizing dude, and I said, okay.
What?
I'm going to sum it up for you. Yeah, right, Warren.
Okay.
And I said, I'm going to sum it up for you. I said, have you ever driven NASCAR? And he goes, no. I said, well, imagine you have. He goes, okay. I said, and you know all about how the car handles and the left turns, and you've driven 200 miles an hour inches from another car. He goes, yeah. I said, now imagine a 16-year-old that just got his license arguing with you about how to drive.
Right.
I said, that's how I feel about a lot of the instructor world.
That's a great way to put it, Bryan.
Yeah. And I said, and I'm doing my best to like shove those emotions down and not let some of those voices live in my head.
That's excellent because that's just closeted snobbery.
It is. And I go, you know what? There might be a 16-year-old that knows something about a car that I don't.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I go, don't argue with me about how to do this.
You don't know how to drive this shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And there again, like I'm pretty notorious for putting up some Facebook post that in my mind is just some thought-provoking thing, right? Like, Daryl Bulkey, every time I drew a gun to shoot that I intended to shoot somebody, I was never in the shooting stance I practiced on the flat range.
Right. Yeah.
That's great.
Right. And Daryl and I have these conversations a lot, and sometimes it lights the internet on fire. And I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to chip at your tactical fantasy camp. Okay.
How is that even controversial?
And the reason I was smiling was not because I think you are polarizing. It's because I think it's hilarious that people think some of the things you say are polarizing. That's what's funny.
Dude,
right. And I go, I'll post this online just to try to get some inspiring thought.
Sure.
And there are some people that I get inspiring thought. It's not, but there was a period of time where these people were living in my head rent free. Like, that dude thinks this or thinks that. And then I went,
oh man,
I've had that happen.
Yeah. And,
And shit. No, man.
I've had people who have sought me out for like life altering counseling. And I'm like, okay, like, let's hear you out. Like, what's the problem? And it wasn't hard. Like, it was really easy. And they just couldn't see it, from their level of summit, like from where they were, it all looked like rocks. Right. I'm like, no, hey, listen, like 400 meters straight up, you're going to get to a summit and you can see everything. And it's beautiful. Right. I've been in the valley, but about halfway up that climb, up that proverbial climb, they turned on me. They were like, you don't know what you're doing. You don't have any, I think you're wrong. I can't see any of this. I'm like, of course you can't.
They turned on you. They turned on you.
Yeah. And I'm like, bro, I got this working. I'm like, I'm not bragging about it, but I'm enjoying it. Like, look at me. I'm happy.
I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what the hell I'm doing here.
And so that's what Brian's saying. Like, hey, listen, I'm not saying that I'm like the tactical demigod, but I survived lethal encounters without, getting myself, my department, or somebody else in trouble. So maybe I do know a thing or two about a thing or two.
And I can tell you they're like some of the most respected instructors I know, never been in a shooting. And then some of the most respected military dudes I know have been in multiple gunfights.
Sure.
But all of that, circling back to the mental health.
I mean, Robbie Latham's never killed anybody except their egos. I mean,
right. And
polarizing.
He dumped off my Facebook page because he's like, dude, you get my blood pressure up. And I'm like,
really?
It's cool. Yeah. And it's like, it's cool, man. Like, I get it. Like, you spend a lot of mental energy responding to stuff that I post just to be thought provoking. And I said, and some of the stuff you say is gold. Like, that's the whole reason I put that out there.
Right.
Matt Landfair and I went, I posted a picture of two guns and I said, which one says Lieutenant, I was in fear of my life, and which one says I'm going to prison?
Uh-huh.
And he posted, he goes, well, with no context and this and that, that's a bit contrite. And I said, no more contrite than a district attorney is going to be when you're trying to fry your ass.
Absolutely not. That exactly right.
And Matt and I forged a friendship over a Facebook post where I said, I'm just trying to be like outwardly thought provoking. I said, but the bigger thing that I look at in all of this, whether it be firearms training or police work or military or all that, is until you have some mental clarity, you're not going to get any of it. It's going to be gunfight fantasy camp or this or that.
Yeah.
It's going to be hypothetical, but
yes,
the minute you get some mental clarity about the realities of how traumatic the incident is you're preparing for is the minute you'll start really tailoring the way you think about what gun am I going to carry today? How am I going to interact with somebody on social media? So, what messages am I going to send to Doug Deaton today on Messenger? When you start gathering some mental clarity, and you can't gather mental clarity without forging some of these things in experience. So, and that's, go ahead, Doug.
Hey, B, I got to run, guys.
Good to see. Hey, happy birthday, dude. Thanks for spending your birthday.
How old are you, Warren?
53.
Did you have a birthday?
53. I cussed you in the comments.
Oh my God, you're old.
50. I'm the oldest guy here. I still got to go to work in the morning at a cop job. So just saying.
Think about this, Warren. Doug's almost as old as you, and he looks twice as handsome as you. How fair is that?
I know. And
I'm 51, man. I'm 51.
That's something I'm dealing with. That's something I'm dealing with. All I know is this. Some of us are still kind of rocking.
Grow that shit out. Grow the front of it out.
Tomorrow it's going to be down to nothing. I do that just to throw it in your face.
Warren, I will give you these parting words from my radio voice.
Don't touch me.
I appreciate that you are still in the fight.
Hey, man, that means a lot more than I can ever tell you.
Hey, dude. It sounds like you know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to peer support.
That's the idea.
And I deeply no, seriously, man.
I know, dude.
Deeply appreciate that.
Brother, I always get a kick out of you guys. And Duke, really cool to meet you, man.
Hey, man, thanks for letting me tag along with you guys tonight. I'm going to pop smoke with Warren, but thank you so much, guys, for letting me be on and talk some good things. And hopefully the end result is that somebody will somewhere send that email, pick up that phone, send a text. Hey, man, can we talk about something that they found and not just with me, but with like any of the panelists, or at least, hey, is there somebody in my area you can recommend we talk to or I talk to?
When the video drops on YouTube, go in there and drop stuff in the comments, like a link to your place, a link to a book, whatever like that. Drop that stuff in the comments.
Asshole, whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, we just tell that to your face.
I mean, that's a hashtag. That's trending on Twitter.
All right, guys. I appreciate it very much.
Good night, Warren. Thank you so much.
Take care, partner.
All right. Doug, I guess it's just you and me.
Jesus.
Nothing good can come of this.
I got like 3 minutes.
Okay, man.
Oh, no. Hey, Duke's still here.
Yeah, I'm leaving. But thank you guys so much. And thanks for accepting my friend request. I had no idea who y'all were. But thank you so much.
No, hey, it's good. Your research. It's good to talk to you and hear from you, man.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Brian. Good to meet y'all. Bye-bye.
Dude, great podcast. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.